Have a qualifying non-wagering race on the gate. Hamac Fancy, Paul Angel, Dusty Duke, and Brady Sweet. Go Treasure, Ryan DeRoche. It's Model Time, Kenny Murphy. Nick Way rocks it, Miles Heffernan Sr. Here they come. Off stride at the start was Nick Way rocks it. Into the turn they go with Dusty Duke, Go Treasure, and It's Model Time joining them from the outside. Then going off stride at the rail was Hamac Fancy in fourth, and the trailer, that is Nick Way rocks it. So they turn to the backstretch and race to the quarter. Here comes It's Model Time on the outside at the rail. That's Go Treasure second. Now racing from third is Dusty Duke. Back down pacing fourth is Hamac Fancy, and troubles in the backfield for the 2-year-old trotter Nick Way rocks it. On by the first quarter, It's Model Time now by a couple for Kenny Murphy. 30-2 was the quarter. Sticking with that leader second is Go Treasure. Back into third is Dusty Duke. Then it's Hamac Fancy fourth, and in the backfield Nick Way rocks it. They're at the midway point in the lone qualifier. It's Model Time is halfway home. Racing from second, that's Go Treasure. Still the gap to third, Dusty Duke. Fourth, Hamac Fancy. Nick Way rocks it fifth. 60 seconds flat for an opening half mile. That was 29-3 in the second quarter. By 5/8, and they turn to the backstretch. It's Model Time, the leader. Second, that's Go Treasure. Closing up a little from third, it's Dusty Duke. On the outside, Hamac Fancy is fourth, and Nick Way rocks it. It has enough. He's returned to the paddock. They're by 3/4, and that's It's Model Time in 1:31. She leads by 2 here in the late going. Go Treasure is second. The 2-year-old Hamac Fancy has made up some ground to take over third. Now fourth, Dusty Duke. In the home stretch in this qualifier, It's Model Time is about to close it out. In line to Kenny Murphy. It's Model Time wins. Hamac Fancy rallied for second. Third, Go Treasure. Fourth, Dusty Duke. And the time for the mile in 2:01. Results of the qualifier: Hamac Fancy second, Dusty Duke fourth, Go Treasure third. It's Model Time the winner. Nick Way rocks it did not finish. 30-2, 1 minute, 1:31, and the mile 2:01. In review, 2:43, 1 did not finish.
Testing 1, 2, 3. Test 1, 2. Testing from the broadcast desk. Test 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3 from the broadcast desk. Testing 1, 2, 3. Test 1, 2.
Here they come. Post time. Deep stretch now. Set the camera up.
Broadcasting live from Prince Edward Island, this is Race Day.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Red Shores at the Summerside Raceway on a Tuesday night. Having some technical difficulties right now. I will be on air here shortly. But we have some program and equipment changes tonight, so I'm going to send it upstairs to track announcer Vance Cameron. Vance?
Thank you, Rocky, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Red Shores at the Summerside Raceway for tonight's racing program. This is event number 18 of the meeting. Fast track conditions, 17 degrees Celsius, the temperature at this time in Summerside. The track condition is rated by the officiating members from the Atlantic Provinces Harness Racing Commission. Tonight, the senior judge, Mr. Derek Quinn. The associate judges are Mr. Robbie Shaw and Mr. Kent Butler. Now here tonight's program and equipment changes. In the first race tonight, number 7, Bugtown Nash, goes from a bar bit to a mini bit. Add a Murphy blind outside. Add a shadow roll and an ear hood. Next change, go to race number 3. In the third race, scratch number 5, J.J. Brienne. She will not go. Race 3, scratch number 5, J.J. Brienne. Turning over to race number 4. The number 5 entry, Louis the Great, is adding a Murphy blind inside. Turning over to race number 5, featuring the Super High 5. In the fifth race, number 2, Animosity, is removing the hobbles. Animosity races tonight as a free-legged pacer, no hobbles. Final change on tonight's program is in race number 6. In the sixth race, number 5, Pineapple Express, the driver should read Willie McKay Jr. Willie McKay Jr. driving number 5, Pineapple Express, in race 6. That's going to wrap up the changes at this time on tonight's racing program. First race post time set for 6 o'clock. That will leave you 25 minutes to make your first race selections.
Race Day Live continues from Summerside, Prince Edward Island. Welcome to our on-track and off-track customers. In the spirit of reconciliation, we acknowledge that the land upon which we gather is unceded Mi'kmaq territory. Abeguet Mi'kmaq is covered by the historic treaties of peace and friendship. We pay our respects to the indigenous Mi'kmaq people who have occupied this island for over 12,000 years, past, present, and future. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise, if you are able, for the playing of our national anthem.
Test, test. Testing 1, 2, 3. Test 1, 2.
to Race Day Live.
Welcome back to Race Day Live here at Red Shore Summerside on a Tuesday night. I'm Rocky Skierman, Vance Cameron in the booth calling all the action tonight. In case you missed it, Gold Cup and Saucer 66 on Saturday night at the Charlottetown Driving Park. The winner, Mickey Shan in 151 and 2. Mickey Shan, if you'll recall, also won the Governor's Plate for Jason Hughes. Corey McPherson was in the bike for the big win. Let's have a look from the half on.
B2B on the outside 8. Legion Shielster halfway home in the Gold Cup and Saucer. It's major. 55 seconds flat was the half. 28 seconds in the second quarter. Arriving at 5-8, led by It's Major. On the outside, Poseidon Shielster out all the way now. Coming on to take over. Here comes Mickey Shan. He gets into it late. Driving on the outside, that is Arbitrage Hanover 4th. 3/4 in 1:24 and 1, down to an 1/8 of a mile to go. Mickey Shan and Corey McPherson strike the lead, turning for home. Poseidon Shielster is second. Legion Shielster, B2B on the wire. Corey McPherson and Mickey Shan have captured the 66th edition of the Gold Cup and Saucer at Charlottetown. Poseidon Shielster, he's up for second. Might have been B2B in third. Time for the mile in 1:51.2.
And there you saw it, folks. A great race. Corey McPherson gets his first Gold Cup and Saucer. Congratulations. I got goosebumps watching it for Corey, winning his first Cup and Saucer with Mickey Shan. Congratulations to all the connections of the horse, trainer Chris McKay, Jordan McKay and his wife, and everybody involved with Mickey Shan. It was a great race and great to see the Gold Cup and Saucer winner, Mickey Shan. I never know. Race Day is an official Red Shores broadcast network. Our broadcast features exciting action, camera angles in HD, commentary, interviews, paddock cam, and more. For Backstretch Beat, player portal, and free race programs, go to Redshores.ca. And there is a shot of the Atlantic Post Calls paddock cam for tonight's opener. You'll see our selections on the screen. I'm going with a 4-2-3, as is the classifier. And Backstretch Beat with Nicholas Oakes going with a 4-2-6 in tonight's opener in 11 minutes. Also in tonight's first race, there's an equipment change on number 7, Bugtown Nash. Goes from a bar bit to a mini bit. Adds a Murphy blind on the outside, a shadow roll, and an ear hood.
Maiden Pacers for the first race on parade. Highly Toxic One, owned by Denise and Paul Conway of Bonshaw. Paul does the trading. Corey McPherson drives. Shine Runner 2, owned by Kingsley Walsh, Sam Walsh, Claire Murphy, and Frank Balcom. David Dowling trains and drives. Take a Joke 3 is owned by Wade Vicconi of Stanchel, trained by Earl Watts, Paul Langell. Two Max One Moon the 4, owned and trained by Garnet Arnold of Upper Onslow, Nova Scotia. Keith Legg drives. 5 Princess Royale, owned by Audrey Gamester of Bedalbin. Willie McKay trains and drives. Jack Ryan is 6, owned and trained by Donald Sweet of O'Leary. Brody McPhee up. Bugtown Nash is 7, owned by Adam Walsh of Charlottetown, trained by Brian Walsh. Robbie Chappell drives. Le'Veon Bell, number 8, owned by Leanne Moyer of Summerside, trained by Mario Macri. Ryan DeRoche aboard. St. Patrick's Morn, number 9, owned and trained by Alan McDonald of East Biddeford. Kenny Murphy's in the sulky at 2 minutes. 2 post time. Welcome to Red Shores Summerside for tonight's 13-dash presentation. Rocky Skierman has the Red Shores wagering menu coming up next.
And there is a look at the Red Shores wagering menu. Red Shores Racing has a full menu of wagering options for the 2025 racing season. Customers can play the I'll Pick 5 with a $2,000 guaranteed pool, 2 super high fives, and a new late pick 4 with a $1,000 guaranteed pool. The I'll Pick 5, super high 5, and late pick 4 feature an industry low 15% takeout. Let's head out to the track for tonight's opener. First half of the daily double. Exactor, 20-cent Superfecta, Triactor, Win, Place, and Show. And it is the start of the guaranteed 20-cent I'll Pick 5. Landing on the 4 in here, 2 Max 1 Moon, 3-year-old bay gelding by Bet the Moon for Garnet Arnold of Upper Onslow, Nova Scotia. He's also the trainer. Keith Legg is in the bike tonight. Last start was August the 11th at Charlottetown Atlantic Sire Stakes B Division. Left from post 2, finished 5th. Race timed 1:58 flat, closing it out 29 seconds flat. Kenny Murphy was in the bike. Maiden Pacer in here, 3-year-old, 2 Max 1 Moon with Keith Legg from post position 4. Your current choice at 3-4. And there we get a peek at the 2, Shine Runner, 2-year-old bay filly by Stonebridge Terror for Kingsley Walsh, Donald Walsh, that's Sam Walsh, Claire Murphy, and Frank Balcom. David Dowling is the trainer and driver. Started at Charlottetown August the 12th. Atlantic Sire Stakes B Division for $6,000 from post 2. Finished 5th. Race timed 2 minutes 1/5, 29-1 on the end of it. 5th lifetime start tonight for this 2-year-old filly by Stonebridge Terror, Shine Runner, with David Dowling post 2 at 5-2. And there we see the 3 taking a little stroll in the center field. That's Take a Joke, 2-year-old bay filly by Bet the Moon for Wade Picconi of Stanchel, who's also the breeder. Earl Watts is the trainer. Paul Angel will do the driving tonight. Started at Charlottetown Atlantic Sire Stakes B Division. Left from 7, finished 6. 2 minutes 2/5, closing it out in 31-2. Second lifetime start tonight for the 3, Take a Joke with Paul Angel at 7-1. Let's have a look at the odds board for tonight's opener. Field of 9 in here. Equipment change on the 7. Bugtown Nash, bar bit to mini bit, adds a Murphy blind on the outside, a shadow roll, and an ear hood. Lots of equipment on the 7 in the opener. Highly Toxic is leaving on the rail with Corey McPherson, Gold Cup and Saucer winning driver, 28-1. The 2, Shine Runner and David Dowling at 3-1. 3 is Take a Joke and Paul Angel at 9-1. 2 Max 1 Moon is 4 with Keith Legg at 2-5. Princess Royale and Willie McKay from 5 at 9-1. Jack Ryan and Brody McPhee is 6 at 47-1. Bugtown Nash and Robbie Chappell at 35-1. La Vion Bell is 8 with Ryan DeRoche at 47-1. And St. Patrick's Morn in the back tier with Kenny Murphy at 12-1. That is the field for tonight's opener. Field of 9. And they are lining up in behind that Metro Home Building Center starting gate for the opener. Let's go upstairs to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Highly Toxic, Shine Runner, Take a Joke. 2 Max 1 Moon, Princess Royale. Jack Ryan, Bugtown Nash, LaVion Bell up front. Got a trailer to open it up. Who is St. Patrick's Morn? Top of the stretch. Here they come. The rough and pacing Take a Joke leaves out alongside 2 Max 1 Moon and way wide LaVion Bell into the turn 3 high for third to get away fourth in between horses St. Patrick's Morn up the rail Highly Toxic fifth. Jack Ryan from the outside 6. Shine Runners away 7th. Then Princess Royale and on the outside Bugtown Nash is 9th. They arrive at the quarter next. 2 Max 1 Moon and Keith Legg out in front in the early going. Take a Joke is a racing second, finding a spot third at the rail. That is LaVion Bell. 30 seconds flat was the quarter. St. Patrick's Morn rounding the turn in fourth. Fifth is Jack Ryan. Highly Toxic 6th. There goes Shine Runner to the outside 7th. Princess Royale is 8th. On the outside 9th. That is Bugtown Nash. Down the stretch they come. The backfield in motion now. At the midway point, 2 Max 1 Moon. Here is St. Patrick's Morn from the outside second. Third at the rail, that's Take a Joke. Racing from fourth, LaVion Bell. Shine Runner has picked up fifth from the outside, 101. And 1 was the half. Racing from sixth on the outside, that is Bugtown Nash. Getting a little steppy with Shine Runner on the turn. That sent Bugtown Nash out there 3 wide. Then at the rail, Highly Toxic, and the trailer is Princess Royale. The 3/4 next. 2 Max and 1 Moon will get them there. St. Patrick's Morn races second. Off the leaders now. Third is Take a Joke. The 3/4 up in 1. 31-1. They round the top turn for the final time, arriving at 7-8. In at the rail, 2 Max 1 Moon. Here's St. Patrick's Morn now matching strides, and they're turning down the home stretch. St. Patrick's Morn has taken over late, and St. Patrick's Morn will win the opener for Kenny Murphy. Second is 2 Max 1 Moon. Holding third was Take a Joke, and the time for the mile in 2:01-1.
Here comes the slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's opener, St. Patrick's Morn. Wow, Kenny Murphy moved him first over. When he put him in the 2-hole up the backstretch, he muscled up, and I knew that he was a winner going to the 3/4. When he popped him out, he drives right on by here. He looked really good tonight for Alan McDonald. Kenny Murphy in the bike opens it up tonight. 30-101-1, 131-1. That was 2 Max 1 Moon cutting it. And here's a great shot by Universal Media. We're seeing St. Patrick's Morn and Kenny Murphy get a maiden record tonight of 2:01-1. 2 Max 1 Moon did all the work in the front for second. Take a Joke held third. It's 9-4-3 unofficially in the opener. We'll see St. Patrick's Morn and Kenny Murphy. They're going to the Woodmere Standardbreds winner circle next.
St. Patrick's Morn on his way into the Woodmere Standardbreds Winners Circle in tonight's opener, facing Brown Gelding 2 by Malicious off the Intrepid Sealster Dam, White Sand Whisper. Alan McDonald of East Biddeford, the owner, trainer, and the breeder, Kenny Murphy, will put a maiden record on him tonight of 2:01 and a 1/5. St. Patrick's Morn upsets the Tuesday night opener in Summerside.
This race replay is brought to you by All Star Cresting, specializing in embroidery, screen print, promotional products, and on-site cresting featuring the newest technology, and one of the largest embroidery and screen printing departments in Atlantic Canada. For all your clothing and merchandise needs, email sales@allstarcresting.ca. At All Star Cresting, we got you covered.
Now the official results from the first race: Highly Toxic 6, Shine Runner 5th, Take a Joke 3rd, 2 Max 1 Moon 2nd, Princess Royale was 8th, Jack Ryan finished 4th, Bugtown Nash was 9th, Le'Veon Bell finished 7th, St. Patrick's Morn the race winner, they went 30, 101 and 1, a 131 and 1, and the mile in 201 and 1. In review, 653, 284, 971. St. Patrick's Morn paid $36.40 to win. The exactor $139.20. The triactor $795.95. There's a superfecta carryover.
Welcome back to Race Day Live here at Red Shore Summerside on a Tuesday night. I'm your host, Rocky Skierman. Vance Cameron calling all the action tonight. Let's talk about HPI Bet. Get points on all Woodbine racing. Red Shores is proud to present HPI PEI players an exciting new offer for 2025. When you wager on Woodbine Standardbred and Thoroughbred, customers can earn valuable HPI Bet points. Sign up for free at hpibet.com to take advantage of member offers and privileges today. Play the horses with HPI Bet and Red Shores. And we'll slide the selections into the screen for the upcoming second race. I'm going with a 4, 3, and 5 in here. Arthur Idlam to win. For backstretch beats going 2, 3, and 4. And the classifier's choices 3, 5, and 2 in tonight's second race in 6 minutes.
Second race on parade, Elm Grove Tucks number 1. Dana Sweet of Bloomfield Station owns trains and drives. Starship Destiny 2 owned by Philip DeRoche, Vance McMillan, Leanne Moyer, and Ava Lett. Kyle DeRoche trains and drives. Hockey's J03 is owned by the Timberlea Standardbreds of Alberton, Jacob Sweet, trainer-driver. 4 is Arthur Idlam, owned by Gaston Idlam Incorporated of Bathurst, New Brunswick, trained by Greg McGinnis, Ryan DeRoche up. 5 is Sergeant Crowley, owned by the Ultimate Stable and Barbara Crowley from New Brunswick, trained by Ziploy Melanson. David Dowling drives 4 minutes. 2 post time. Rocky is back with a look at the top driver standings here at Red Shores Summerside.
And there is a look at the top drivers for 2025 thus far here at Red Shores Summerside. David Dowling with a slight lead over Corey McPherson with 30 wins. Corey right there in second with 29. Mark Campbell is close with 26 wins. Kenny Murphy has 22. Ed 1 to 23 now after the win tonight. And Adam Murner is right there too with 21 wins. Those are the top drivers thus far 2025 here at Red Shores in Summerside. Let's head out to the track for tonight's second race. Exactor, 20-cent Superfecta, Triactor, win and place. No show wagering here with a field of 5. Landing on the 4, Arthur Idlam, 3-year-old brown gelding by Arthur Blue Chip for Gestion Idlam Incorporated of Bathurst, New Brunswick. Greg McGinnis trains and Ryan DeRoche back in the bike tonight. Started at Charlottetown, Joe Bryan Grassroots on August the 16th. That was in the afternoon. Left from post 4, finished third, just beat a length and a half. Race timed 1:56 flat, 28 and 2 on the end of it. Brett McDonald was in the bike for that one. Has 2 wins lifetime, and that both this season. 1:58 and 3 record taken right here at Summerside on July the 8th. Arthur Idlam post 4 tonight with Ryan DeRoche at 3-1. And there's a look at the 3, Hawkish Deo, 4-year-old bay horse by McWickett for Timberlea Standardbreds of Alberton. Jacob Sweet is the trainer and the driver. Started at Charlottetown August the 14th, left from post 5, finished third, just beat 2 1/4. 1:56 and 2, 29 and 2 on the end of it. Charlottetown August the 8th, left from post 8, finished 5th. 1:56 and 4, 28 and 4 on the end of it, and was a winner here on August the 3rd from post 5 by 4 3/4 in 1:58 and 1. That was a new race win record for Jacob Sweet in the bike. Hawkish Deo from post 3 with Mr. Sweet at 9-5. And there we see the 5, Sergeant Crowley, 3-year-old bay gelding by Arthur Blue Chip for the Ultimate Stable of Ann Barbara Crowley. Sifuan Melanson, the trainer, David Dowling in the bike. Started at Charlottetown August the 11th. Atlantic Sire Stakes, A division for $17,620. Left from 3 and finished 4th. Race timed in 1:56 and 4, 30 seconds flat on the end of it. Still looking for his first win of the season. Sergeant Crowley from post 5 on the outside with David Dowling, your 3-2 choice on the board. Countdown clock is in for tonight's second race. A field of 5. They're lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's return to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Elm Grove Tuck, Starship Destiny, Hockey's Dale. Arthur Idlam and Sergeant Crowley make up the field in the second race. They're up on the gate. Top of the stretch. Now approaching a start. Rough and pacing Starship Destiny, the first one out. Hockey's Deo second. They're outside. Arthur Idlam third. Fourth up the rail, Elm Grove Tucks, and then the trailer. That'll be Sergeant Crowley as they round that first turn by the 8th pole, and they straighten up the backstretch. And the Darash brothers are 1-2 on the front end, and on the outside, here's Arthur Idlam in line to Ryan Darash to take over. Starship Destiny gave way for the 2-hole ride. Racing from third is Elm Grove Tucks. Hockey's Deo has fourth, and the trailer fifth. Sergeant Crowley, 28-4 was the opening quarter mile. Straight alignment, the field of 5 as they round the top turn. And on the point, Arthur Idlam now the fraction setter. In the 2-hole is Starship Destiny. That's Elm Grove Tucks third. There goes Hockey's Deo to the outside from fourth. And the trailer, that is Sergeant Crowley halfway home in the second, led by Arthur Idlam. 2-hole ride to Starship Destiny, the half mile in 58-3. On the outside and first up third is Hockey's Deo. At the rail, Elm Grove Tucks is fourth, and to the outside from fifth, that is Sergeant Crowley. They're on the back stretch, and a 2-length advantage for Arthur Idlam going to 3/4. Starship Destiny is second, hanging on the outside. Third is Hockey's Deo. Sergeant Crowley gets into it now to race from fourth, and the trailer, Elm Grove Tucks, the 3/4 in 1:28-1 on the top turn for the final time. Arthur Idlam just an 1/8 of a mile out. He's clear by 2. Starship Destiny is second. Hockey's Deo third. Sergeant Crowley fourth. Deep in the stretch now. Arthur Idlam on the wire and line to Ryan Darash. Sergeant Crowley rallied up the inside for second. We'll need a show photo in here. And the time for the mile in 1:57.3.
Here comes a slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's second race. Looking at this horse's lines, I figured that he'd go right down the road tonight. And he did. 28-4, 58-3, 128-1. And here's the stretch drive. Arthur Idlam and Ryan Darash are going to get the second race. A new race win record. Third career win from just 15 lifetime starts. And they're all in 2025 for this 3-year-old by Arthur Blue Chip. For Gestion Idlam Incorporated, Bathurst, New Brunswick, Greg McGinnis, the trainer. And as I mentioned, Ryan Darash in the bike. Great shot by Universal Media of Arthur Idlam getting a new record tonight. Sergeant Crowley in there for second. Up for third. It's close on the line, but now it's posted. The 2, Starship Destiny in there for third. So it's 4-5-2 unofficially in the second race. We're going to see Arthur Idlam and Ryan Darash in that Woodmere Standard Bridge winner circle next.
Arthur Idlam going to the Woodmere Standardbreds Winners Circle in tonight's second race, facing Brown Gelding 3. The son of Arthur Blue Chip is off the Alley's Western Dam. Warden Woody, owned by Gaston Idlam Incorporated of Bathurst, New Brunswick. Bred by Elmer Fallen, trained by Greg McGillis. Ryan DeRoche will guide him to victory and a new record of 157-3. Arthur Idlam in the second.
This race replay on Channel 2 on your in-house monitor is brought to you by Syntrack Print and Graphic Inc. Mention this ad and receive $20 off your first order of 500 or more full-color business cards. Syntrack, 59 Watts Avenue in the Business Park.
Now the official results in the second race: Elmgrove Tux 5th, Starship Destiny 3rd, Hockey Dale 4th, Arthur Idlam the race winner, Sergeant Crowley was second, 28-4, 58-3, 128-1, and the mile 157-3. In review, it's 5-3-4-1-2. Arthur Idlam paid $670. The exactor was 2030, the triactor 7710, superfecta 1226, and the early daily double 138.60.
Welcome back to Race Day Live here at Red Shore Summerside. Tuesday night, 13 dashes on tap tonight. Well, 2 in the books thus far. Let's talk about HPI rewards for Prince Edward Island. Red Shores is pleased to announce HPI rewards for Prince Edward Island customers. You can now play Summerside and Charlottetown live racing and earn points and convert those points to cash or other exciting offers. Sign up and play the horses through HPIBet.com and the new HPI rewards program for Prince Edward Island. And we'll slide the selections into the screen. There's a shot of the Atlantic Post Calls paddock cam. I'm going 7.62 in here. Backstretch beats going 6.24. Classifier's choices 6.27 in tonight's third race in 7 minutes.
Third race on parade, number 1, She's a Lover, owned, trained, and driven by Robbie Chappell of Summerside. 2 is Red Dirt Diamond, Brett Close in the driver's seat for owner-trainer Dina Clow, New Haven. 3 is Sweet Sylvia, owned and trained by Sylvia Hall Andrews of Nanaimo, British Columbia. Kenny Murphy drives. 4, J.J. Kinley, owned by Darla J. of Charlottetown, trained and driven by Vaughn Doyle. 5 is Scratch, number 6, Brookdale Shelley, owned by Douglas and Doug Pauley of Amherst, Nova Scotia, trained by Phil Sizer. Ryan DeRoche up. Number 7, Glenview Quintana is owned and trained by Adam Johnson of Upper Brookside, Nova Scotia. Keith Legg drives at 4 minutes to post time. Rocky returns with a rundown of the top trainers here in Summerside.
There's a look at the top trainers here in Summerside thus far for 2025. Earl Watts leads the way with 14 wins. Then a tie for second. 3 of them, Jacob Sweet, George Renison, and Jennifer Doyle, all with 10 wins. Chris McKay is very close with 9. Those are the top trainers here at Summerside for 2025. Let's head out to the track for tonight's third race. Scratch the 5, J.J. Brienne, landing on the 7, Glenview Quintana. She's a 9-year-old bay mare by Immaculate for Adam Johnson of Upper Brookside, Nova Scotia, who's also the trainer. Shout out to Adam. Had a chat with him Saturday night in Charlottetown. On August the 9th, left from 7, finished 8th, race time 1:58.3. First start in a couple of years for Glenview Quintana. 30 seconds flat on the end of it. Darren Crow was in the bike. 10 wins lifetime from 63 tries. 1:56.2 record taken at Truro 3 seasons ago. Glenview Quintana moves in a spot with the scratch of the 5. Keith Legg aboard. He had a big night in Truro on August the 8th, I believe it was, with 5 wins. 5-2 right now on the board. And there's a look at the show photo, very close show photo from tonight's second race. You're seeing the 2 Starship Destiny just nipping Hawkish Deo on the line. Great photo by the Atlantic Provinces Harness Racing Commission. Back out to the track for tonight's third race. Exactor, 20-cent Superfecta, Triactor, Win Place and Show Wagering. There's a look at the 6, Brookdale Shelley. 4-year-old bay mare by Rockin' in Heaven for Doug Polly and Doug Polly Jr. of Amherst, Nova Scotia. Phil Sizer, the trainer. Ryan DeRoche in the bike. Started at Charlottetown on August the 11th from post 3 and finished 4th. Just beat 3 1/4. 1:56 flat, 28-4 on the end of it. Ryan DeRoche was in the bike. If you look 4 back to the start here, July 22nd, right here in Summerside, left on the rail, wired the field by 3 lengths in 1:56.4, 30-3 on the end of it. Paul Angel was in the bike. That was a new race win record for the 6, Brookdale Shelley. Ryan DeRoche already has a win, looking for back-to-back. Right now, they're your current choice on the board at even money. And there's a look at the 2, Red Dirt Diamond, 5-year-old bay mare by Source of Pride for Dina Clow of New Haven. She's also the trainer, and her boy Brett Clow will do the driving. Started August the 14th in Charlottetown, left from 2, finished 3rd. Good time, 1:58 flat, closing it out 30-3. Still looking for that first win of 2025. Could be tonight, might get a trip. Red Dirt Diamond with Brett Clow aboard at 9-2. And we'll have a look at the odds board now for tonight's third race. She's a Lover and Robbie Chappell, 6-1. Red Dirt Diamond, Brett Clow at 7-2. There's a look at my buddy Vaughn Doyle on the screen right now with the 4 J.J. Kinley, and right now they're at 13-1. Back to the 3 Sweet Sylvia and Kenny Murphy at 7-1. The 5 is scratched. Brookdale Shelley from post 6 and Ryan DeRoche at 4-5. And the 7, Glenview Quintana with Keith Legg at 5-2. That's a look at the field for tonight's third race. Good luck with your selections. The countdown clock is in for tonight's third race. Scratch down to a field of 6. They're lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's return to track announcer Vance Cameron.
She's a Lover, Red Dirt Diamond, Sweet Sylvia. J.J. Kinley, Brookdale, Shelley, and Glenview Quintana's outside. Top of the stretch. Now approaching a start. The rough and pacing Red Dirt Diamond and Sweet Sylvia, the first two out. Up the rail, She's a Lover third, way wide fourth. That is Brookdale Shelley, and rough gated on the turn here. That was Red Dirt Diamond. Up front, the leader, Sweet Sylvia. Second on the outside is Brookdale Shelley. Now third, She's a Lover, dropping in to be fourth, Red Dirt Diamond. Glenview Quintana from the outside is fifth, and up the rail, the trailer. That is J.J. Kinley. They arrive at the quarter and a heavy favorite out in front, Brookdale Shelley and Ryan DeRoche, and we are under a judge's inquiry. Opening quarters up in 29 and a 1/5 as they round the turn, arriving up the 3/8. Brookdale Shelley controls for DeRoche. Second, that is Sweet Sylvia. Racing from third, She's a Lover. Red Dirt Diamond is fourth, Glenview Quintana fifth, and the trailer, that is J.J. Kinley at the midway point, led by Brookdale Shelley. Right there, second is Sweet Sylvia. The half's up, 59 flat off that 29 and 1/4. Onward they go to the 5/8, and the leader, that is Brookdale Shelley. Sweet Sylvia sticking with her second. Up third on the outside, Glenview Quintana. Fourth is She's a Lover. Red Dirt Diamond now on the outside fifth. And trailing the field, that is J.J. Kinley. They're at the 3/4. Brookdale Shelley the leader. Sweet Sylvia second. On the outside third is Glenview Quintana. Up the inside fourth, Red Dirt Diamond. The 3/4 in 1. 29 and 2, and they're turning for home. Brookdale Shelley. Glenview Quintana on the outside. Sweet Sylvia. A textbook 2-hole ride. They're in deep stretch now. On the wire next, Brookdale Shelley hangs on for DeRoche. Second, that's Sweet Sylvia. Glenview Quintana third. And the time for this mile in 1. Make that 2 minutes. 2/5. Judge's inquiry underway. Retain your tickets.
Here comes a slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's third race. Under an inquiry here. Brookdale Shelley gets to the front, 29 and 1, the half 59 flat, down to 3/4 in 1, 29 and 2, and here's the stretch drive. Great drive by Kenny Murphy with Sweet Sylvia getting into the pass lane here, making it interesting. But Brookdale Shelley and Ryan DeRoche are going to go all the way tonight. 2 minutes and 2/5. That's her third win of the season, 5th career. Ryan DeRoche goes back-to-back in the bike tonight. In for second is Sweet Sylvia. Glenview Quintana in there for third, so we got 6, 3, and 7 unofficially. In the third, we're going to see Brookdale Shelley and Ryan DeRoche back-to-back tonight. They're going to the Woodmere Standardbridge Winner's Circle next.
Brookdale Shelley on her way to the third race winner's circle by pacing mare 4 by Rockin' in Heaven from the Shadow Play Dam Brookdale Shadow, a homebred of Douglas and Doug Pauley of Amherst, Nova Scotia. trained by Phil Sizer, Ryan DeRoche, back-to-back winners for the double and the mile in 2 minutes and 2/5. Brookdale Shelley delivers in the third.
This race replay is brought to you by the new 1888 Lounge at Red Shores. The 1888 Lounge is perfect for your corporate meetings, parties, or presentations. Contact Rebecca in our Sales and Events Division for more information on the new 1888 Lounge upper level at Red Shores.
Now the results of the judges' inquiry in the third race. Number 2, Red Dirt Diamond, finished 4th and will be placed 6th for interference on a break, causing interference to 1. She's a Lover. Now the official results from the third race. She's a Lover finished 6th, place 5th. Red Dirt Diamond finished 4th, place 6th for interference on a break. Sweet Sylvia was 2nd. J.J. Kinley finished 5th, was placed 4th. J.J. Brienne was scratched. Brookdale Shelley, the race winner. Glenview Quintana finished 3rd. 29-1, 59, 129-2, and the mile was 2 minutes and 2/5. From the top after the placings, it's 5-6-2, 4 scratched, 1-3. Brookdale Shelley 270. The exactor 10-10, the triactor 45-50, and the superfecta 121-71.
Don't forget to get your 50-50 draw tickets. Lynn is up here right now in the oval. First call, 50-50. Tag your ticket with the Wild Horse is an exclusive play for on-track customers. You can tag your ticket for a chance to win a jackpot of $25. For customer convenience, you can now collect your jackpot winnings right from our sellers. It's offered on every race. The Wild Horses tag is an instant pick ticket for on-track customers only. Ask your seller to tag your ticket with the wild horses. And now we see a shot of the Atlantic Post Calls paddock cam as the horses make their way out of the paddock. I like a 1-2-4 in here. Backstretch beat going 1-6-4. Classifier's choices 2-1-6 in the upcoming 4th race in 6 minutes. And there's an equipment change on the 5. Louis the Great. Ed's a Murphy Blind on the inside.
Fourth race on parade, Jack Boswell won, owned by Mark and Keith McDonnell of Port Hood and Blendis Young of Long Point, Nova Scotia. Trained by Keith McDonnell, Paul Angel drives. 2 Braxton's Boy, owned by Rick Armstrong and Mark Land of Summerside. Rick does the training, Kenny Murphy driving. Coach to Coach Shark, number 3, owned by Shirley Wallace of Alberton. Trained by Jeff Wallace, Brady Sweetup. Almost There, Boss number 4, owned by David and John Sweet of Larry, trained by Ralph Sweet, David Dowling. Louis the Great, 5, owned by Leith Wade of Summerside, Leslie Wade of Charlottetown. Leslie does the training, driven by Corey McPherson. Number 6 is Sharky. Taylor Doyle of Kensington co-owns, trains and drives, co-owner Jack McGurk. 4 minutes to post time. The Red Shores Super High 5 comes up in race 5 and is back in race 13, featuring the industry low 15% takeout.
Let's head out to the track for tonight's 4th race. Exactor 20-cent Superfecta, Triactor, Win, Place, and Show. Equipment change on the 5. Louis the Great, Ed's a Murphy Blind on the inside. Landing on the rail horse in here, Jack Boswell, 4-year-old Big Yelling by Tobago Cays from Mark and Keith McDonnell of Port Hood. Blendis Young of Long Point, Nova Scotia. Keith McDonnell is the trainer. Paul Angel in the bike tonight. Last start was in Inverness on August the 6th. Left from post 3, was a winner by a neck in 1:55.4, closing it out 29 seconds flat. He's on the rail tonight. I would think he'll go right down the road in this one. Jack Boswell, Paul Angel aboard at 3-1. And there we see the 2, Braxton's Boy. 5-year-old bay gelding by Who's Your Boy for Ricky Armstrong and Mark Gallant of Summerside. Rick does the training. Kenny Murphy in the bike. Last start at Charlottetown was an impressive one on August the 14th. Had the rail, went right down the road. A winner wire to wire by a length and a quarter in 1:54.1. New race win record. Gilles Barrio was aboard for the ride. 28 seconds flat on the end of it. That was his first win of the season. 12th career for the 2, Braxton's Boy. Kenny Murphy's got a win tonight already to open it up here in Summerside. Post 2, your current choice at 3-5. And there we see the 4, Almost There Boss. 6-year-old bay gelding by Sunshine Beach. For David and John Sweet of O'Leary. Ralph Sweet is the trainer. David Dowling in the bike for the drive. Last start at Charlottetown, August the 13th. Left from post 3. Finished second. Just beat 2 1/4. Race timed 1:56 flat. 30 seconds flat on the end of it for David Dowling. The eye catcher, though, for me was August the 9th at Charlottetown. Left from 2 and finished 2. Race timed 1:53.4. 28-3 on the end of it. Mark Campbell was in the bike. Almost There Boss. Post 4 tonight with David Dowling. 9-1. Time is running out to get your Prince County Horsemen's Club memberships. They're due August the 31st in order to be eligible for the awards at the Prince County Horsemen's Club Awards Banquet. You can get your memberships at the Win Place and Show Canteen or at the souvenir booth located on the north end of the grandstand. Prince County Horsemen's Club memberships, they're due August the 31st. Let's have a look at the odds board for tonight's 4th race. Exactor, 20-cent superfecta, Triactor, Win Place, and Show Wagering. Jack Boswell, Paul Angela, 2-1. Braxton's Boy, Kenny Murphy, your current choice at 3-5. Coast to Coast Shark is 3. Brady Street, 15-1. Almost There Boss, 4. David Dowling, 11-1. 5. Louis the Great with Corey McPherson at 5-1. And the 6, Sharky and Taylor Doyle at 10-1. Got to give a shout out to my old buddy Jack McGuirk, watching his horse Sharky in this one. Hope you're feeling better, Jack. The horses and drivers are lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate for tonight's 4th race, a field of 6. Let's go back upstairs to Vance Cameron.
Jack Boswell, Braxton's Boy, Coast to Coast Shark, Almost There Boss, Louis the Great, Sharky. Top of the stretch. Fourth race, ready for a start. Rough and pacing, maybe a programmed order start off the hop. At the rail, Jack Boswell, Braxton's Boy sagging third, Coast to Coast Shark almost there, Boss fourth, then in fifth, Louis the Great and the trailer Sharky. It is a programmed start in the early going, and Jack Boswell and Paul Langell sent off as the post-time favorites will show the way. Braxton's Boy goes second, Coast to Coast Shark third, almost there, Boss fourth, then in fifth, Louis the Great, and trailing this field, that is Sharky. 28-4 was the opening quarter mile around the Fanatic turn in straight alignment on the point. Jack Boswell in control. Two-hole ride belongs to Braxton's Boy. Then in third, it's Coast to Coast Shark racing from fourth. That's almost there, Boss. Louis the Great, he got fancy stepping, went to the outside, now moving into fifth. That is Sharky, and the trailer is Louis the Great. The opening half mile in 57-2. Jack Boswell will take him over to the 5-8. Getting the textbook two-hole ride is Braxton's Boy. Coast to Coast Shark third. There goes almost there, Boss. To the outside in fourth. Sharky has fifth, and the trailer, that is Louis the Great. The three-quarters comes next, and Jack Boswell, unchallenged leader, and it's getting late now. Braxton's Boy giving chase in the two-hole. Coast to Coast Shark is third. Almost there, Boss. Back to fourth. 1:26-2 with three-quarters of a mile. They're turning home. Jack Boswell opens by 2. Braxton's Boy strictly giving chase. Coast to Coast Shark on the outside third. That is Jack Boswell all the way for Paul Langell. Braxton's Boy held second. Coast to Coast Shark is third. And the time for the mile, 1:54.3.
Here comes a slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's fourth race. Just what I figured would happen. Leaving on the rail, Jack Boswell goes all the way. 28-4, 57-2, 126-2 to three-quarters. Here's the great shot by Universal Media. Slow-mo as we see Paul Langell steering Jack Boswell to his fifth win of the season, 13 career, 154-3. Nice effort tonight. Did it effortlessly. Braxton's Boy in there for second. Coast to Coast Shark is third. Got to give a shout out to Dougie Walsh. I know he's watching Jack Boswell win over in Nova Scotia tonight, so shout out to you, Dougie. With the win with Jack Boswell, they're going to the Woodmere Standardbridge Winner's Circle next.
Jack Boswell on his way to the fourth race winner's circle. Bay Pace and Gelding, he's 4 by Tobago K's. Off the unexampled dam, some shore somewhere. Owned by Mark and Keith McDonnell of Port Hood and Blendish Young of Long Point, Nova Scotia. Bred by Mark Galland and Craig Arsenault. Trained by Keith McDonnell. Paul Langell had him on top at every call tonight. Excellent trip. 154-3. Jack Boswell wires the fourth.
This race replay is brought to you by Symes Horse Transport. Based in Nova Scotia and with over 20 years of experience, Chucky Symes would welcome the opportunity to transport your horses when you need them moved. Operating 2 rigs, Symes Horse Transport offers safe, feasible, and timely trucking in Canada and the U.S. Symes Horse Transport is a commercially covered horse carrier. They also buy and sell horses. To book a stall and to get a quote, call or text 902-664-7086 or email st.symes@gmail.com. Good luck racing.
Here's the official results from the 4th race. Jack Boswell, the winner. Braxton's Boy, second. Coast to Coast Shark, third. Almost Their Boss, fourth. Louis the Great was fifth. Sharky finished sixth. They went 28-4, 57-2, 126-2, and the mile 154-3. In review, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Jack Boswell, $3. Exactor 510, Triactor 2210, Superfecta 838.
Welcome back to Race Day Live here at Red Shore Summerside on a Tuesday night. 13 races on tap. We got 4 in the books thus far. Let's talk about the Island Oceans Trot Series. Red Shores is pleased to present the 2025 Island Oceans Trot Series. The first 3 legs of the series will go for a purse of $6,500 each, followed by the final on Sunday, October the 12th, for a purse of $15,000. Thank you to title sponsor Berkey by the Bay Stables for their continued support of harness racing here on Prince Edward Island. And we'll have a look at the Atlantic Post Calls paddock cam as they make their way out of the paddock. I like a 1-3-6 in here. Backstretch beat going 3-1-6. And the classifier's choice is 1-6-3 in tonight's 5th race. 7 minutes. Upcoming 5th race, number 2, Animosity, Remove the Hobbles.
Fifth race on post for 8, Starship Beauty, 1 owned by Windermere Farm to Springvale, and Kyle Williams of Coleman. Kyle does the training. Paul Langell drives. 2 is Animosity, owned and trained by Greg McGinnis of Tyne Valley. Ryan DeRoche up. Molly Malone, 3, owned by Fred and Carly Painter. Debbie and Neil Ramsey. Fred does the training. Kenny Murphy drives. Shadow in Paris, 4, owned by Jacob Sweet of Valerian. Mark Land of Summerside. Jacob trains and drives. Mandy's Last Dance, number 5, is owned and trained by Chris McKay of French River. Corey McPherson. No Fool Tobago, 6, owned and trained by Garth Cole of Kensington. Brady Sweet. JJ Nicky is 7, owned by Jamie McKinley, Jeff Lilly, and Blair McLaughlin. Jeff does the training, driven tonight by John Davidson. It's All Good, number 8, owned by Colleen Chappell of Port Albert and Dwayne Pike of Summerside. Colleen does the conditioning. David Dowling drives. 9 is Hamac Charger, owned by Paul Conway of Bonjaw and Zach Conway of Charlottetown. Trained by Paul Conway. Zach Conway's above the wheels at 3 minutes to post time. And Rocky, you and I are coming up with our selections in the first Super High 5 of this Tuesday night here in Summerside. We thank Results Marketing and Advertising and their continued presentation of the Vance Cam. I'm going to the 6, No Fool Tobago. She's been on the podium all of her last 5 outings, including a win 2 starts back. Brady Sweet retaining the drive. I like the 1 Starship Beauty off of the rail. I'll use 3 Molly Malone coming off a new record of 56-4 her last time around. I'll throw in 5 Mandy's Last Dance for 4th, and going to the far outside for a long shot, It's All Good. I like 61358 from the booth, Mr. Skierman.
I'm going to go with the rail horse, Starship Beauty here. Paul Angels looking to go back-to-back tonight off that last trip in 156-4 at Charlottetown on August the 7th. For second, I'll go with the 3, Molly Malone, a winner Old Home Week in 156-4 new record. For third, I'll put in the 6, No Fool Tobago, 155-3 Sparkler on August the 11th at Charlottetown, finishing third, just beat a length. For fourth, I'll go with the 5, Mandy's Last Dance. And to round it out with the 2, Animosity. She takes the hobbles off tonight. So I'm going 13652. Vance going 61358. Good luck and get in on the Super High 5. Let's have a look at the odds board for tonight's 5th race. Field of 9 in here. Starship Beauty, Paul Angel, 8-5. Animosity takes the hobbles off tonight. Ryan DeRoche looking for his third win already, 33-1. Molly Malone 3 and Kenny Murphy's looking for a double at even money, your current choice on the board. Shadow in Paris 4 with Jacob Sweet at 35-1. Mandy's Last Dance 5 and Corey McPherson at 34-1. 6 on your screen right now. No Fool Tobago and Brady Sweet at 5-2. JJ Nicky 7 with John Davidson at 11-1. It's All Good 8 in the outside with David Dowling at 36-1. Halmac Chargers in the back tier with Paul Angel. All 9s on the board. That's a look at the field for tonight's 5th race. Super high 5 time. Good luck with your selections. Countdown clock is in for tonight's 5th race. A full field of 9. They're lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's return to Vance Cameron.
Starship Beauty, Animosity, Molly Malone, Shadow in Paris, Mandy's Last Dance, No Fool Tobago, JJ Nicky. It's All Good up front. In back the trailer, Halmac Charger. It's the 5th. It's the Super High 5, top of the stretch. Here they come. The rough and pacing Molly Malone, Starship Beauty leaving out. Animosity, third one to the turn, coming fourth on the outside. Mandy's Last Dance towards upstride on the turn. Animosity has jumped it off. To the backstretch they go, and they're led by Molly Malone and Kenny Murphy. Starship Beauty got away second, into third. Mandy's Last Dance. That's Halmac Charger fourth, racing fifth. No Fool Tobago. It's All Good is sixth. 7th is Shadow in Paris, back down facing 8th, Animosity, and troubles in the backfield for JJ Nicky. They're at the quarter mile in 29 and 3, and we've got a leadership change. Up front now it's Starship Beauty and Paul Angel, the leaders. Second is Molly Malone, then racing from third is Mandy's Last Dance, Halmac Charger fourth. There goes No Fool Tobago underway fifth. Moving out from 6, it's All Good. Back to 7th, Shadow in Paris. 8th, Animosity. JJ Nicky is 9th. They were halfway home in 58 and 2. Over to the 5/8, leading by 2.5. It's Starship Beauty. Molly Malone continues second. Mandy's Last Dance third. No Fool Tobago has picked up fourth. Into 5th, it's All Good. Back to 6th, Halmac Charger. Shadow in Paris is 7th. Then in 8th, that's Animosity. And JJ Nicky 9th. They are scattered in here by the 3/4. Starship Beauty there, 127 and 3, and she leads by 3. Molly Malone goes second. Then in third, Mandy's Last Dance, No Fool Tobago fourth. It's All Good fifth. In the home stretch now, and Starship Beauty all alone on the lead. Starship Beauty doubles up Lenjo. Molly Malone held second. Third, No Fool Tobago. It's Starship Beauty tonight, 157 and 1.
Here comes the slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's 5th race. Leadership change. Starship Beauty goes back to the front. 29-3, 58-2, 127-3 to 3/4, and opens up on the field down the stretch here to get the job done in 157-1. That's her second win of the season, 4th career for Starship Beauty. Paul Angel goes back-to-back tonight for the double. In for second is the 3, Molly Malone. Up for third, that is the 6, No Fool Tobago. Throw the 5 in there, Mandy's Last Dance, and that's an ice-cold superfecta for me. Just couldn't quite get that super high 5. But anyway, we're going to see Starship Beauty and Paul Angel. They're going to the Woodmere Standardbridge Winner's Circle next.
Starship Beauty goes to the Woodmere Standardbred Winners Circle here in the 5th. Bay Pacing Mare 4 by Arthur Bluechip. Off the Camelot Hall Dam, Romance in Camelot. Owned by Windermere Farms of Springvale and Kyle Williams of Coleman. Kyle does the training, bred by Claude Portier. Paul Angel guides her to victory for Ball. That's the driving double. The miles in 157-1. Starship Beauty doubles up Angel in the super high 5.
The management and staff at Red Shores want your experience to be fun and entertaining. That is why we offer information on how our games work, tips to keep your gambling fun, and available community resources. For more information, please speak to one of our PlayWise advisors or stop by the PlayWise Information Center.
Now the results of the 5th race. Starship Beauty the winner. Animosity was 8th. Molly Malone 2nd. Shadow in Paris was 7th. Mandy's Last Dance 4th. No Fool Tobago 3rd. JJ Nicky was 9th. It's All Good finished 5th. Halmac Charger was 6th. The fractions of 29-3, 58-2, 127-3, and the mile 157-1. In review, it's 182, 743, 956. Starship Beauty 410. Exactor 710. That Rocky Skierman Triactor valued at 1050, and the super high 5 was 2813.
Welcome back to Race Day Live here at Red Shore Summerside on a Tuesday night. 5 races in the books. Thank you to McRae's Backhoe and Trucking, title sponsor of the 2025 Atlantic Sire Stakes. Catch all the action of the 2- and 3-year-old colts and fillies across maritime tracks. For race dates, updated point standings, and more, visit AtlanticSireStakes.ca. And we'll slide the selections into the screen. There's a shot of the Atlantic Post calls. Paddock Cam, I'm going 4-1-6 in here, as is Backstretch Beat. Classifiers choices 3-4-6 in tonight's 6th race in 6 minutes. And in this upcoming 6th race, number 5, Pineapple Express. The driver is Willie McKay Jr., not senior. Willie McKay Jr. driving the 5 in this race.
Get Home Terry leads the 6th race parade, owned by Edgar Stewart and Tyler McDonald of Elderslie. Edgar does the training. Kenny Murphy drives. 2 Hemingway is owned and trained by Abby Clough of Cornwall. Brett Clough driving. Usurper 3, owned and trained by Mike Peters of Emmyvale. Tonight, David Dowling. 4, Rosie's Mighty Mo, owned by Paul Hagan and Melvin Gamester of Hunter River. Melvin does the training. Corey McPherson drives. 5 is Pineapple Express, owned, trained, and driven by Willie McKay of Brett Albin. Bet the Bull 6, owned by Martin Keffer from Elmwood, Ontario, trained by James Barlow. Robbie Chappell up. My Ambrose is 7, owned by Carl and Jason McDougall of Ellerslie. Carl does the conditioning. Ryan DeRoss driving. 4 minutes to post time. Rocky is back with the top selection. But first, a message from HPI and the new HPI Bet app.
Feel the thrill of the track, anytime, anywhere. Download the new HPI Bet app, and you're just minutes away from live racing action, including local tracks and across the globe. Simply download the new HPI Bet app from the App Store to gain access to AI-assisted smart picks, in-depth racing info, rewards, and more. Just follow these simple steps. 1. Download the app. 2. Fill out your info. 3. Start betting with the app. Enjoy fast, secure betting at your fingertips wherever you are. Get the new app from the App Store and bring the track with you.
Let's head out to the track for tonight's 6th race. Exactor, 20-cent superfecta, triactor, win, place, and show wagering. Landing on the 4, Rosie's Mighty Mo. 4-year-old Grey Gelding by Ultimate Luck for Paul Hagan and Melvin Gamester of Hunter River. Mel Gamester is the trainer. Corey McPherson in the driver's seat tonight. Last start August the 14th at Charlottetown. Left from post 3, finished 6th. Race time 1:56.4, 29.3 on the end of it. Jill Barrio was in the bike. Took a record of 1:58.1 this season. That's the only win in the column for 2025. Rosie's Mighty Mo. Corey McPherson aboard. Your current choice at even money. Here's a look at the rail sitter. Get Home Terry, 7-year-old bay gelding by Stonebridge Terror for Edgar Stewart and Tyler McDonald of Ellerslie. Edgar the trainer, Kenny Murphy in the driver's seat. Started here August the 3rd, left from post 6 and finished 4th. 159 and 3, 30 and 2 on the end of it. Look at that start, 4 down on the rail. July the 15th right here. Finished 4th. Race time 157 and 2, 28 and 4 on the end of it for Kenny Murphy. Still looking for that first win of 2025. That's Get Home Terry with Kenny Murphy. He's looking for a double tonight. 10 to 1. And there's a peek at the 6, Bet the Bull. 5-year-old Big Yelling by Betting Line for Martin Kipper of Elmwood, Ontario. Jim Barlow is the trainer. Robbie Chappell in the bike. Went to Charlottetown August the 14th. Left from 4 and finished 4. Race time 158 and 1, 30 and 4 on the end of it. He's still looking for his first win of 2025. Maybe tonight. Bet the Bull with Robbie Chappell. 3 to 1. Let's have a look at the odds board for the upcoming 6th race. Field of 7 with Get Home Terry and Kenny Murphy at 12 to 1. Hemingway, Brett Clough at 6 to 1. Usurper, David Dowling at 5 to 1. The 4, Rosie's Mighty Mo and Corey McPherson at 1 to 2. Pineapple Express on your screen right now. Note the driver change to Willie McKay Jr. They're 9 to 1. The 6, Bet the Bull with Robbie Chappell at 4 to 1. And 7, My Ambrose with Ryan DeRoche. Looking for a driving triple tonight. 21 to 1. That's a look at the field for tonight's 6th race. Good luck with your selections. Countdown clock is in for tonight's 6th race. A field of 7 lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's return to Vance Cameron.
Get Home Terry, Hemingway, Usurper. Rosie's Mighty Mo, Pineapple Express, Bet the Bull. My Ambrose outside. Top of the stretch. Here they come. Off strikers, Usurper getting out into the turn, up the rail for the lead. That's Get Home Terry. Second, that is Pineapple Express towards the rail. Hemingway splitting them into the turn. Rosie's Mighty Mo. Then to get away fifth, Bet the Bull. My Ambrose six. In the backfield, Usurper trails along the backstretch, and here comes the heavy favorite to the lead. That's Rosie's Mighty Mo, and that's unfamiliar territory for him tonight. In line to Corey McPherson, right on the choo-choo, 28 and 4 the quarter. Second, Get Home Terry. Pineapple Express will be overland from third. On the outside, Bet the Bull is fourth. Racing from fifth is Hemingway. My Ambrose in sixth, and at the back, that's Usurper. Towards the half mile they come, led by Rosie's Mighty Mo. Racing from second is Get Home Terry. Pineapple Express on the outside third. Up the rail fourth is Hemingway. On the outside and second over fifth is Bet the Bull. My Ambrose in sixth, and the trailer Usurper 59 seconds flat for a half a mile. To the backstretch they go, led by Rosie's Mighty Mo. Second up the rail, that's Get Home Terry. Third is Hemingway. Bet the Bull on the outside takes over fourth. Back into fifth is Pineapple Express with My Ambrose and the trailer Usurper. They're by 3/4. Rosie's Mighty Mo there in 1:28 and 3. Tracking second is Get Home Terry. Back to third, Hemingway. Bet the Bull coming fourth on the outside. Turning for home now. Rosie's Mighty Mo the leader. Get Home Terry on the outside. Third is Hemingway. On the wire next. Rosie's Mighty Mo. Get Home Terry nails him on the line. Second, Rosie's Mighty Mo. Bet the Bull was third. And the time for the mile in 1:59 and a 1.
Here comes a slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's 6th race. And we saw Get Home Terry release Rosie's Mighty Mo to the front to sit on his back. And the fractions, 28-4, 59, 128 and 3. And here's a great shot by Universal Media. Kenny Murphy working on Get Home Terry to get up to get the job done here tonight for his second win of the night. 159 and 1, first win of 2025 for Get Home Terry. In for second, Rosie's Mighty Mo. Bet the Bull in there for third. So it's 1-4-6 unofficially. In tonight's 6th race, we will see Get Home Terry and Kenny Murphy in the Woodmere Standardbridge Winner's Circle next.
Get Home Terry's on his way to the Woodmere Standardbridge Winner's Circle here in the 6th, by pacing gelding 7 by Stonebridge Terror. Off the drop-off dam, Biney's Bismarck J. Owned by Edgar Stewart and Tyler McDonald of Ellerslie. Edgar trains and is also the breeder. Kenny Murphy guides him to victory. Kenny's second winner for the double. 159 and a 1/5. Get Home Terry in the Murphy double in the 6th.
Windermere Farms is proud to announce shares are now available in our 2025 yearlings. From our Rising Star Stallion, Somewhere Fancy, to the champion sire, Malicious, this is your chance to get in on the action with some of the most exciting bloodlines in the Maritimes. Come on out to Windermere Farms and meet the future champions of the 2026 season. To book your viewing and for more details, contact Earl Watts today. Windermere Farms, where Atlantic Canada's champion stallions call home.
Now the official results in the 6th race: Get Home Terry the winner, Hemingway 4th, Usurper 7th, Rosie's Mighty Mo was 2nd, Pineapple Express finished 6th, Bet the Bull was 3rd, My Ambrose finished 5th. They went 28 and 4, 59, 128 and 3, and the mile in 159 and 1. In review, 147, 26. 3-5. Get Home Terry paid $23.50 to win. The exactor 64.70. Triactor 233.10. Super Factor 174.07. And your final call to purchase a 50/50 draw ticket tonight, right now valued at $450. Final call on tonight's 50/50 draw.
You can wager at the track or from home with HPI. It's free to sign up at hpibet.com. Wager $100 in the first 30 days and receive a deposit for $100. Wager on Redshores, Summerside, and Charlottetown, where now for the first time you can earn rewards. Play the horses with HPI Bet and Red Shores. And there's a shot of the Atlantic Post Calls paddock cam as the horses make their way out of the paddock for tonight's 7th race. I'm going 4-1-6. Backstretch beat Lakes 4-1-2. Classifier's choices 4-8-3. We're all on to the 4 in here. Race 7 post time in 6 minutes.
Seventh race on Post Parade. You bet I'm a good one. Where's number 1? Owned by Jeff Lilly, Blair McLaughlin, and Mark Golan. Jacob Sweet trains and drives. Unbridled Fury 2 is owned by Kenneth Graham of Kensington, trained by Chris Davies, Kenny Murphy. Dolly Sky 3, owned by Vance McMillan of West Cape, Kyle DeRoche training and driving. 4, Glenview Rhonda is owned and trained by Adam Johnson of Upper Brookside, Nova Scotia. Keith Leg up. 5, Sporty Spice, owned and trained by Sylvia Hall Andrews of Nanaimo, British Columbia. Breck Low. Elm Grove Quest is 6, owned by Norman Legier of Shediac and Alan Jones of Riverview, New Brunswick, trained by Alan Jones. David Dowling drives. Canvas of Stars, number 7, owned by Eric Wilson of Dundas, Ontario. Mallory Davis from Majorville, New Brunswick, trained by Chris Davies with Corey McPherson catch driving. And the 8 Run for the Money, owned by Chandler McIsaac of Summerside and Brandon McDougall of Alberton, trained and driven by Brady Sweet. 3 minutes to post time. The Maritime Breeders' Stake is coming to Red Shores in October. Thank you to title sponsors Metro Home Building Center and High Tide Home Hardware Building Centers.
Let's head out to the track for tonight's 7th race. Exactor, 20-cent superfecta, triactor, win, place, and show wagering. There's a look at the 4, free-legged Glenview Rhonda. 7-year-old bay mare by Immaculate for Adam Johnson of Upper Brookside, Nova Scotia, who's also the breeder and the trainer. Keith Legg in the bike. Last start at Charlottetown, Gold Cup night, birthplace of Confederation Series consolation. Left from 6, finished 3rd. Race time 1:56 and 2, 29 seconds flat on the end of it. In the eliminations on August the 9th, left from 6 and finished 7th. Race time 1:54 and 4, 28 seconds flat on the end of it. Looking for the first win of 2025 tonight. Glenview Rhonda with Keith Legg. Your current choice on the board at 1-9. There's a look at the rail sitter. You bet I'm a good one. 8-year-old bay mare by Image of Dawn for Jeff Lilly, Blair McLaughlin, and Mark Gallant. Jacob Sweet, the trainer and driver. Charlottetown, August the 13th. Left from post 5. Wire-to-wire winner in 1:58 and 4, 30 seconds flat. Closing quarter, first win of 2025, 31st win career. For You Bet I'm a Good One. Leaving on the rail tonight. She will be leaving too. Jacob Sweet aboard, 6-1. And there we get a peek at the 6, Elm Grove Quest. 6-year-old bay mare by Roll With It Harry for Norman Legier of Shediac, New Brunswick. Alan Jones of Riverview, New Brunswick. Alan's also the trainer. David Dowling is in the bike. Last start was at Woodstock on August the 4th. Leaving from post 4, finished 2nd. Race time 1:58 and 1, 30 and 1 on the end of it. Has a win, 1:57 and 1. This season, if you look down 5 to July the 13th here at Summerside, Kenny Murphy was in the bike, 30 seconds flat last quarter for Elm Grove Quest. David Dowling pilots tonight from post 6. Look at those odds, 40-1. Let's have a look at the odds board for tonight's 7th race. You Bet I'm a Good One. Jacob Sweet, 6-1. Unbridled Fury, Kenny Murphy at 29-1. Dolly Sky with Kyle Darash at 23-1. Glenview Rhonda 4 with Keith Legg at 1-9. Sporty Spice is 5 for Brett Clough, all 9s. Elm Grove Quest 6 for David Dowling at 31-1. Canvas of Stars 7 with Corey McPherson at 86-1. And the 8 Run for the Money with Brady Sweet at 21-1. That's a look at the field for tonight's 7th race. Get in the action here tonight. Good luck with your plays. Last call 50-50. Brenda's up here right now in the oval. Last call 50-50. Countdown clock is in for tonight's 7th race, a field of 8. They're lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate upstairs to Vance Cameron.
You Bet I'm a Good One, Unbridled Fury, Dolly Sky, Glenview Rhonda, Sporty Spice, Elm Grove Quest, Canvas of Stars, Run for the Money, top of the stretch. Here they come. Rough and pacing, You Bet I'm a Good One will lead them out. Dolly Sky is second. Third one to the turn, Emgo Quest up the inside. As they move over to the opening 8th, Unbridled Fury's away 4th. Then in 5th is Glenview Rhonda. 6th along the inside, Sporty Spice. Then Canvas of Stars is 7th. And the trailer, Run for the Money. Straight alignment and strung out a tad here as they arrive at the quarter. You Bet I'm a Good One. And Jacob Sweet on the lead. Right there for the 2-hole ride is Dolly Sky. Then third, Elm Grove Quest. Opening quarters up in 28 and 2. Back into 4th. That's Unbridled Fury. That is Glenview Rhonda racing 5th, and she's moving out. 6th along the rail is Sporty Spice. Then Canvas of Stars is 7th, and the trailer, Run for the Money. They're halfway home in the 7th, led by You Bet I'm a Good One. Second, that is Dolly Sky. Third belongs to Elm Grove Quest. Here's Glenview Rhonda moving on the outside 4th. Following the cover on the outside 5th, Canvas of Stars. Unbridled Fury is 6th. On the outside, Sporty Spice 7th. Run for the Money is 8th. 58 seconds flat was the opening half mile. They arrive next at 3/4, and Glenview Rhonda on the big time class drop has made the lead late for Keith Legg. Second, You Bet I'm a Good One. On the outside, Canvas of Stars third. 3/4 in 1:27 and 4. They're turning for home. Glenview Rhonda all alone. You Bet I'm a Good One is second. On the outside for third. Deep stretches, Canvas of Stars, but Glenview Rhonda, she romped here for Keith Legg. Second, You Bet I'm a Good One. Rallying up third on the outside, Canvas of Stars. Time for this mile, 1:57 flat.
Here comes the slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's 7th race. And we saw You Bet I'm a Good One go to the front, 28-2, the half 58. That's when Keith Legg moved Glenview Rhonda out, and she was marching to the 3/4 in 1:27 and 4. Took over the lead, and here's a great shot by Universal Media slow-mo here as we see Glenview Rhonda and Keith Legg get their first win of 2025, 10th career, 1:57 flat. That's a nice mile tonight. Nice shot, as I mentioned, by Universal Media. In for second, You Bet I'm a Good One. Up for third, that is Canvas of Stars. We got 4-1-7. Unofficially, in tonight's 7th race, we'll see Glenview Rhonda and Keith Legg. They're going to the Woodmere Standard Bridge Winner's Circle next.
After tackling the very best age-pacing mares during Old Home Week in the birthplace of Confederation Series, she had a little easier time of it tonight here in Summerside, and that 1-9 jock Glenview Rhonda into the 7th race winner's circle. Bay pacing mare 7 by Immaculate off the aces and sevens dam. Bring it on home, a homebred of Adam Johnson of Upper Brookside, Nova Scotia. Adam does the training. Keith Legg will guide her to victory and her 10th lifetime victory. It's 157 flat. Glenview Rhonda delivers in the 7th. Now the official results in the 7th, You Bet I'm a Good One was 2nd. Unbridled Fury was 8th. Dolly Sky 6th. Glenview Rhonda the race winner. Sporty Spice finished 7th. Elm Grove Quest was 4th. Canvas of Stars finished 3rd. Run for the Money was 5th. 28-2. 58. 127-4. And the mile in 157. From the top, your program reads 286, 174, 35. Glenview Rhonda 210. The Exactor 430, Triactor 4840, and the Superfactor was 1404.
And don't forget to get your Prince County Horsemen's Club memberships. They are due by August the 31st in order to be eligible for awards at the Prince County Horsemen's Club banquet. Don't forget, get your Prince County Horsemen's Club memberships. You can get them at the Win Place or Show Canteen, also at the souvenir booth located on the north end of the grandstand. Welcome back to Race Day Live here at Red Shore Summerside on a Tuesday night. I'm Rocky Skierman, Vance Cameron in the booth calling all the action tonight. Red Shores is pleased to host the Graduate Series in Summerside and Charlottetown. Eligible horses will compete in 2 legs during the series, and the top 8 money earners will advance to the Horses and Geldings final on August the 26th right here at Red Shore Summerside. Thank you to title sponsor Luke Beck and Kay's Wholesale for their continued support of harness racing here on Prince Edward Island. And we'll slide the selections into the screen for the upcoming 8th race. There's a shot of the Atlantic Post Calls paddock cam. I'm going with a 1-5-3 in here. Backstretch beat going with a 5-2-1. Classifiers choice is 5-1-3 in tonight's 8th race in 7 minutes.
Max Patrick on the 8th race parade, owned and trained by Alan Gregory of Charlottetown. Miles Heffernan drives. Mac Hanover 2 is owned and trained by Andrew Williams of Richmond. Corey McPherson. Phil Orleans 3, owned by Kent Williams of Ellerslie and Lyndon Hardy from Coleman. Alan McDonald does the training. Kenny Murphy drives. Melody Maker 4, Ryan DeRoche driving for owner-trainer Greg McGinnis, Tyne Valley. 5 is Brookdale Thomas, owned by Douglas and Doug Pauley of Amherst, Nova Scotia, trained by Phil Sizer. Paul Langella. Acrobat Hanover number 6, owned by Robin Longinus of Summerside. Taylor Doyle trains and drives. 4 minutes to post time. Rocky returns in just a moment, but first a message from the Chief Public Health Office and the Department of Health and Wellness.
Life is filled with moments worth celebrating. During the festivities, it's important to remember that all alcohol use comes with risks. You have the right to know that drinking less alcohol reduces your health and social risks.
I have a lot to be healthy for.
I have the right to know.
I don't need alcohol to celebrate.
And that's why I choose to drink less.
That's why I choose to drink less.
That's why I choose to drink less.
Join us in helping others be aware of the risks. Choose to drink less, because less is best.
Let's head out to the track for tonight's 8th race. Field of 6 in here. Exactor, 20-cent Superfecta, Triactor, Win, Place, and Show. Landing on the rail sitter on a hunch in here. That's Max Patrick, 4-year-old bay gelding by Sports Writer for Alan Gregory of Charlottetown. He's also the trainer. Miles Heffernan Sr. will do the driving. The last start was at Charlottetown August the 12th from post 4, finished 6th. Race timed in 1:56 and 3, 29 and 1 on the end of it. Start before that at Charlottetown August the 8th, left from 2 and finished 2, 1:57 and 1, 30 and 2 on the end of it. Does have a win this season, 1:57 flat right here at Summerside on July the 1st, 29 and 2 on the end of it. Miles Heffernan Sr. was in the bike on Max Patrick. On the rail tonight, 2-1. And there we get a peek at the 5. Brookdale Thomas, 4-year-old bay horse by All Bets Off for Doug Polly and Doug Polly Jr. of Amherst, Nova Scotia. Phil Sizer, the trainer. Paul Angel in the bike. Started at Charlottetown August the 11th. Left from 2. Sent right down the road. Wire-to-wire winner by half a length in 1:56 and 2. 29 and 1 on the end of it. Kenny Murphy was in the bike. That was his only win of 2025. Brookdale Thomas. Paul Angel leaves 5 tonight. 2-1. And there we get a peek at the 3. Phil Dorleans, 10-year-old bay gelding by Shanghai Phil for Kent Williams of Ellerslie and Lyndon Hardy of Coleman. Alan McDonald is the trainer looking for a training double tonight. Kenny Murphy is in the bike looking for a driving triple. Last start was at Charlottetown August the 15th, left from post 4. Finished 5th. Race time 1:57 and 2, 30 and 2 on the end of it. First start of 2025. In the summer season, I should say, was on July the 29th, left from 6 and was a winner in 1:57 and 3, 29 and 1 on the end of it. Kenny Murphy was in the bike. Phil Dorleans, post 3 with Mr. Murphy. Your current choice now at 9-5. Let's take a peek at the odds board for tonight's 8th race. Max Patrick and Miles Heffernan Sr., 7-5, your current choice. The 2, Mac Hanover and Corey McPherson at 11-1. Phil D'Orleans, 3, and Kenny Murphy at 9-5. Melody Maker, 4, Ryan DeRoche, she's in the bike looking for a driving triple. They're at 5-2. Brookdale Thomas, 5, and Paul Angel, he's looking for a driving triple as well. They're at 7-2. And Acrobat Hanover leaves 6 with Taylor Doyle at 33-1. They're on your screen right now. That's the field for tonight's 8th race. Good luck with your selections. Tonight's 8th race has a field of 6, and they're lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's return to Vance Cameron.
Max Patrick, Mac Hanover, Phil D'Orleans, Melody Maker, Brookdale Thomas, and Acrobat Hanover, half a dozen noses. Moving up to the starting gate here in the 8th race. Top of the stretch. All lined up and approaching a start. The rough and pacing Max Patrick and Mac Hanover, the first 2 out. Third one to the turn. Phil D'Orleans on the outside, 4th, Melody Maker. Then in 5th, that is Brookdale Thomas. And the trailer is Acrobat Hanover. There's another programmed order start on this Tuesday night here in Summerside. Max Patrick and Miles Sr. on the lead approaching the quarter. Mac Hanover dropped in for the 2-hole ride. Phil D'Orleans 3rd. Then in 4th, Melody Maker. Brookdale Thomas has 5th, and the trailer, that is Acrobat Hanover, 28, and 1 was a solid beginning here by Max Patrick as he arrives at the 3/8 pole. Out in front, 2-hole ride to Mac Hanover, then in 3rd, Phil D'Orleans, Melody Maker 4th, followed then by Brookdale Thomas and Acrobat Hanover. They arrive at the midway point. Max Patrick halfway home. He's got some company now. Up on the outside to challenge his Melody Maker in the pocket. Mac Hanover races from 3rd. 58 and 2 was a half. Moving up 4th on the outside is Brookdale Thomas along the rail, Phil D'Orleans, and trailing the field moving out, Acrobat Hanover. 3 in, 3 out, and they're going to 3/4 led by Max Patrick. Challenging on the outside is Melody Maker. Up the rail, Mac Hanover 3rd. 4th on the outside, Brookdale Thomas. 5th along the rail, Phil D'Orleans. Acrobat Hanover trails, but not out of it. 1:27 and 4 was the 3/4, and they turn for home. Max Patrick still there in between horses, Melody Maker. Brookdale Thomas on the far outside. He's coming late, deep stretch now on the wire. Max Patrick and Miles Sr. go all the way. Then Brookdale Thomas and Melody Maker. Time for the mile here in the 8th for Max Patrick. Wire to wire, 1:57-2.
comes a slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's 8th race. Max Patrick, as I expected, goes right down the road tonight with Miles Heffernan Sr. 28-1 the half, 58-2, down to 3/4 in 127-4. Well-rated mile by Miles Heffernan Sr. in the bike tonight. Here's the stretch drive. Max Patrick has a challenger, Brookdale Thomas. I got nervous there for a second. I thought he might drive by. Melody Maker in the middle, Phil Dorleans at the inside, but Max Patrick and Miles Heffernan Sr. is going to hang on here. 157-2, second win of the season, 7th career. In for second, that is Brookdale Thomas. Melody Maker third. We got 1-5-4 unofficially in the 8th. We're going to see Max Patrick and Miles Heffernan Sr. They're going to the Woodmere Standard Bridge Winner's Circle next.
Max Patrick on his way to the 8th race winner's circle. A pacing gelding, 4 years, the son of sports writer off the Real Desire Dam. Greenwich Girl, owned and trained by Alan Gregory of Charlottetown, bred by Werribee Farm and Julie Yeager. Miles Heffernan Sr. put him on top at every call on this night, winning in 157-2. Max Patrick wires the 8th. Now the official results from the 8th race. Max Patrick, the race winner. Mac Hanover was 5th. Phil Dorleans 4th. Melody Maker 3rd. Brookdale Thomas was 2nd. Acrobat Hanover finished 6th. Fractions went 28-1, 58-2, 127-4. And the mile in 157-2. In review, it's 154. 3-2-6. Max Patrick 630 to win. The exactor 35.10. Triactor $134, and the superfecta was 30.01.
Red Shores is pleased to offer our players the I'll Pick 5 with a guaranteed pool on the first 5 races of our program. Players can also enjoy 2 super high fives and a late pick 4 with the $1,000 guaranteed pool, all with the industry low 15% takeout. For the first time ever, Prince Edward Island players can now earn points when they play the horses at both Summerside and Charlottetown through HPIBet.com. And we'll slide the selections onto the screen for tonight's 9th race. There's a shot of the Atlantic Post Calls paddock cam. I'm going to go 3-5-2. Backstretch beat going 3-7-6. And the classifiers choices 3, 5, and 7 in tonight's 9th race in 7 minutes.
Now time to check those 50-50 draw tickets tonight, valued at $545. The winning number 161767. Tonight's 50-50 winning number for $545, 161767. There is a second chance draw using those same 50-50 tickets. It's for a jacket, compliments of Stephen Arsenault Insurance. That winning number 161454. 161454 for the jacket. Good luck. Time to extend a happy birthday greeting just a little early. Tomorrow is the celebration day for Jordan McKay, number 35. Jordan, happy birthday from your friends here at Red Shores. Ninth race on Post Parade, Bold and Bad 1. Dina Clow of New Haven owns and trains Brett Clow Drive. 2 is J.J. Patrick, owned by Mark Golan and Rick Armstrong of Summerside. Ricky does the training. John Davidson drives. Almac Exclusive 3, owned by Leith Wade, Leslie Wade, and Jimmy Gorman. Leslie does the training, driven by Corey McPherson. Wild River Coyote number 4, owned by Corey and Laura Walsh of Springton, trained by Nick Oakes. Norris Rogers up. Starship Zodiac number 5, owned by Robbie Williams of Poplar Grove and Reese Williams of Ellerslie. Robbie does the training, driven by Brent LeBlanc. Weimar Jimbo number 6, owned by Nigel and Leona Smart and Eric Doucette of Rustico. Eric does the training, driven by Kenny Murphy. Dylan Sam is 7, owned by Alan Gregory of Charlottetown and Tyson McDonald of Hazelbrook. Alan does the training, and the drive goes to Miles Heffernan Sr. 3 minutes to 9th race post time for Backstretch Beat driver profiles, free race programs, and race replays. Visit the Red Shores Player Portal.
And there's a look at the place photo from tonight's 8th race. You'll see the 5, Brookdale Thomas, just nipping Melody Maker on the line. Great photo by the Atlantic Provinces Harness Racing Commission. Out to the track we go for tonight's 9th race. Exactor, 20-cent superfecta, triactor, win, place, and show wagering. There's a look at the 3. Howmack exclusive, 4-year-old Big Gelding by Source of Pride for Leith Waite, Les Waite, and Jimmy Gorman. Les Waite is the trainer and Corey McPherson in the driver's seat. Last start was at Charlottetown, August the 12th from post 6. Finished 4th. Race time 1:56 flat, closing it out 28-1. Has 3 wins on the season. Took a record of 1:54-3 at Charlottetown early on in the season. Post 3 tonight for Howmack exclusive and Corey McPherson. Your current choice on the board at 4-5. There's a peek at the 5, Starship Zodiac, 6-year-old Big Gelding by Control the Moment for Robbie Williams and Reese Williams. Robbie Williams is the trainer. Brett LeBlanc will do the driving. Started here August the 3rd, left on the rail. Finished 5th, just beat a length and a half, 1:56-4, 30 seconds flat on the end of it. Still looking for that first win of 2025. Starship Zodiac with Brett LeBlanc, right now 9-1. There we get a look at the 2, J.J. Patrick, 8-year-old Big Gelding by Image of Dawn for Mark Galland and Ricky Armstrong. Ricky Armstrong is the trainer. John Davidson back in the bike tonight. Started at Charlottetown August the 11th. Left from post 3 and finished 3. Just got beat by 3/4 of a length. Race timed 1:56-3. Closed it out in 29 seconds flat. Does have a win right here at Summerside in 2025, 1:58-4. J.J. Patrick, post 2 tonight with Johnny D aboard, 13-1. I want to give a shout out tonight to a couple of people I'm pretty sure are watching this broadcast over in St. John, New Brunswick. Steve and Twyla Maher. We're going to be following along J.J. Patrick in here, as Twyla is Ricky Armstrong's sister. And Steve Maher, one of the most talented drivers ever in the Maritimes with over 5,000 wins. So shout out to Steve and Twyla watching tonight in St. John, New Brunswick. Countdown clock is in for tonight's 9th race, a field of 7. They're lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's go back upstairs to Vance Cameron.
Bold in bed, J.J. Patrick, Howmack exclusive. Wild River Coyote, Starship Zodiac, Reimar Jimbo, Dylan Sam. Top of the stretch. Here they come. Rough and pacing Howmack Exclusive got the first call. Bold and Bad at the rail. Wild River Coyote, J.J. Patrick into the turn fourth. Coming fifth now between horses. That's Starship Zodiac. From the outside six is Dylan Sam, and at the rail, Weimar Jimbo seventh, quarter pole bound. Howmack Exclusive, the heavy favorite, and the longest shot on the board. Took him on a little in the early going. That's Bold and Bad settling up second. Third is J.J. Patrick, Wild River Coyote. Fourth, Starship Zodiac. He's fifth, followed by Weimar Jimbo and Dylan Sam. 28 and a 1 was the opening quarter mile. Straight alignment off the paddock turn they come towards the half mile. They're led there by the 1-9 chalk, Howmack Exclusive and McPherson. Second is Bold and Bad, J.J. Patrick third, Wild River Coyote fourth. There goes Starship Zodiac swinging out fifth. Moving up with the cover six is Dylan Sam, and the trailer now at the rail, Weimar Jimbo, 58 seconds flat, the halfway home time. 3/8 of a mile left to go, and Howmack Exclusive will take him to the backstretch now by 2. Bold and Bad, he's just giving chase up the rail. On the outside third is J.J. Patrick. Wild River Coyote fourth. Stalled fifth on the outside is Starship Zodiac. Then in sixth, Weimar Jimbo. Dylan Sam seventh. 1:28 flat was the three-quarter time. And with an eighth of a mile to go, it's all Howmack Exclusive in here. Battle on for the deuce. Bold and Bad at the rail. To his outside, J.J. Patrick. But it's Howmack Exclusive, a going away winner. J.J. Patrick up for the deuce. Third is Bold and Bad. And the time for the mile on Howmack Exclusive, 1:56.4.
Here comes a slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's ninth race. Howmack Exclusive used hard to get to the front. 28-1, the half in 58. Down to three-quarters in 1:28, and here is the stretch drive. Mr. Gold Cup and Saucer winner of 2025, Corey McPherson, gets his first victory since Saturday night with Howmack Exclusive. Last quarter, 28-4 to win in 1:56.4. That's his fourth win of the season, ninth career for Howmack Exclusive. In for second, the two, J.J. Patrick. Bold and Bad third, so it's 3-2-1 unofficially. In the ninth, we're going to see Howmack Exclusive and Corey McPherson. They're going to the Woodmere Standard Bids Winner's Circle next.
Well, Rocky, I said after I seen the winner's circle when Corey won the Gold Cup and Saucer, it was the largest reception I've ever seen in a Gold Cup and Saucer from Corey, Chris McKay, and connections of Mickey Shan. It was quite a night, and I'm sure one that Mr. McPherson, he will never, ever forget. He's in the ninth race winner's circle on this night here in Summerside with Howmack Exclusive. Bay Pacing Gelding 4 by Source of pride from the Articulator Dam, Howmack Impeccable, owned by Leithwaite, Leslie Wade, and Jimmy Gorman, bred by Howmack Farms Limited, trained by Leslie Wade, and Corey McPherson will guide him to victory in 156 and 4. Howmack exclusive in the 9th. Here's the official results from the 9th race. Bolden Bad third, J.J. Patrick second. Howmack Exclusive, the race winner. Wild River Coyote was fifth. Starship Zodiac finished sixth. Reimar Jimbo was fourth. Dylan Sam seventh. They went 28 and 1, 58, 128, and the mile in 156 and 4. In review, 3-2-1. 5647. Howmack Exclusive 210. The Exactor $6. The Triactor $52.60. And the Superfecta was $31. Tonight's winner of the 50-50 draw was Robert Gallant from Fredericton, New Brunswick. Congratulations.
Red Shores Racing is excited to offer a new Pick 4 as part of the 2025 wagering menu. The late Pick 4 will be on the last 4 races of every card at Red Shores, Summerside, and Charlottetown, and features a $1,000 guaranteed pool with the low 15% takeout. And we'll slide the selections into the screen for the upcoming 10th race. Atlantic Post calls Paddy Cam on your screen right now. I'm going to go with a 1-4-2. Backstretch beat legs 1-3-4. Classifier's choice is 4-3-1 in tonight's 10th race in 8 minutes.
Wizard is on the 10th race post parade, owned by Kent Williams of Ellerslie, trained by Alan McDonald. Kenny Murphy drives. Hands Off, Nose In, the 2 is owned and trained by Ralph Sweet of Valeri, driven by David Dowling. Sword from the Stone wears 3, owned by Blair Sweet of Coleman. Gordy McCollum from Brackley Beach, trained by Donald Sweet. Brady Sweet drives. Almost Aim is 4, owned by Darla McCachran of Summerside and Zoe McCachran of Valeri, trained by Dwayne McCachran. Brody McPhee up. Five, James Range, Jacob Sweet of Valeri, owner, trainer, and driver. Twisted Joke 6, owned by the Ultimate Stable at Greater Lakeburn, New Brunswick, trained by Sifar Melanson. Kyle Mason drives. Brookdale George is 7, owned by Douglas and Doug Polly of Amherst, Nova Scotia, trained by Phil Sizer. Paul Angel. 4 minutes to post time. A special thank you going out to Northumberland Ferries. For schedules and to book online, visit ferries.ca.
Once upon a time, the ferry was the only way to visit Prince Edward Island. Some say it still is.
Let's head out to the track for tonight's 10th race. Exactor, 20 cent superfecta, triactor, win, place, and show. And it is the start of the guaranteed 20 cent late pick 4. Landing on the rail sitter in here, Wizard. He's having himself some season. 10 times in the top 3 of 13 starts with 4 wins. Over $11,000 in the bank, and took a record right here of 155 flat on Governor's Plate night. He's on the rail tonight for Kent Williams of Ellerslie. Alan McDonald is the trainer, looking for a training double. Kenny Murphy in the bike, looking for a driving triple. Last start at Charlottetown, Old Home Week, August the 12th. Left from 6. A winner by a head in 157 and 1, 28 and 2 on the end of it. Adam Murner was in the bike. On the rail tonight, Wizard with Mr. Murphy, 3-1. Can't seem to find the 4 horse, so there's a look at my third selection. That's the 2, Hands Off, Nose In, 4-year-old Big Yelling by McWickett. For Ralph Sweet of O'Leary, who's also the trainer, David Dowling gets the call tonight. Last start in Charlottetown on August the 16th. Left from 6, finished 4th. Race time 158 and 2, 28 and 1 on the end of it. Mark Campbell was in the bike. Start before that, August the 12th at Charlottetown. Left from 4. Finished 2nd, just beat ahead. 157 and 1, 28 and 3 on the end of it. For Mark Campbell, has 2 wins on the season, took a record of 159 flat, 4 back, right here at Summerside. Brody McPhee was in the bike. Hands Off, Nose In from post 2 with David Dowling aboard, 5-1. And now coming onto the racetrack, there is a look at the 4, Almost Amos, 4-year-old Big Yelling by All Bets Off for Darlene Zoe McCachran. Dwayne McCachran trains. Brody McPhee in the bike. Started at Charlottetown August the 8th, left from 5 and finished 4th. Race time 1:55 and 2, 26 and 4 last quarter. Start before that here August the 3rd from post 7, wire to wire 1:56 and 2, closing it out in 28 and 3. Post 4 tonight, Almost Amos, Brody McPhee, your current choice, 4 to 5. Countdown clock is in for tonight's 10th race, a field of 7. They're lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's return to Vance Cameron.
Wizard, hands off, nose in, Sword from the Stone. Almost Amos, James Raines. Twisted Joke, Brookdale George outside. Top of the stretch. 10th race, ready for a start. Rough and pacing, the inside 4, fire out. Wizard, hands off, nose in, Sword from the Stone, and Almost Amos away wide around the turn 4th. Getting away 5th is James Raines, then in 6th. That's Twisted Joke, and the trailer, Brookdale George on the backstretch for time 1. It's hands off, nose in, and David Dowling. The lead may be short-lived. Here is Sword from the Stone, driving up to take over the lead. In line to Brady, Sweet, and they're clear. Second, that is hands off, nose in. Wizard on the turn 3rd. They went 28 and 1 to the quarter. More movement on the front end. Give and go time here. Hands off, nose in, and Dowling looking to retake towards half mile. Sword from the Stone now second. Wizard, watch the battle from 3rd. Almost Amos goes 4th, moving 5th. On the outside is Twisted Joke. James Raines at the rail 6, on the outside 7th. Brookdale George, they were halfway home in 57 and 4 over to the 5-8, and that's hands off, nose in by 2. Second, Sword from the Stone. First up is Almost Amos coming 3rd. Following the cover on the outside 4th is Twisted Joke. At the rail and nowhere to go, that's Wizard 5th. 6th is James Raines. On the outside 7th, Brookdale George, they arrived at 3/4. Hands off, nose in was the leader there in 1:27 and 3. On the outside is Almost Amos second. 3rd at the rail, Sword from the Stone. Coming 4th, Twisted Joke, and they're homeward bound. Hands off, nose in. Almost Amos on the outside is coming to him. On the wire next. Hands off, nose in. Hangs on for Dowling. Second is Almost Amos. Looked like Twisted Joke may have rallied up 3rd in 1:57 and 1.
Here comes a slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's 10th race. Hands off, nose in after some give and go there. 28-1, 57-4, 127-3. And here is the stretch drive. Almost Amos on the outside. Hands off, nose in. David Dowling, they're going to win this one in 157-1. That is a new race win record. Third win of the season, fourth career for Hands Off, Nose In. Almost Amos made it interesting, but couldn't get there on the end of it. In for second is Almost Amos. Up for third, it looks like this 6, Twisted Joke. So we have 2, 4, 6 unofficially in tonight's 10th race. We'll see Hands Off, Nose In, and David Dowling. They're going to the Woodmere Standard Bridge Winner's Circle next.
This horse has been a welcome addition to the Ralph Sweet Barn. Speaking of Hands Off, Nose In, going to the Woodmere Standardbred Winners Circle here in the 10th. He's a bay pacing gelding 4 by Mick Wicked. Off the Some Beach Somewhere Dam, Party Beach, Ralph Sweet of Valeri owns and trains. Bred by Hudson Standardbreds of Quebec. David Dowling guides him to a new race win record tonight of 157-1. Hands Off, Nose In the 10th. Now the official results from the 10th race: Wizard 5th, Hands Off, Nose In, the race winner. Sword from the Stone was 4th. Almost Amos finished 2nd. James Raines was 6th. Twisted Joke finished 3rd. Brookdale George was 7th. Fractions of 28-1, 57-4. 127-3, and the mile in 157-1. In review, 514-2637. Hands Off, Nose In, paid $15.40. The exactor was $25.80. The triactor honored the ticket 2-4-all at $26.20, and the superfecta valued at $65.57.
Welcome back to Race Day Live here at Red Shore Summerside on a Tuesday night. I'm Rocky Skierman, Vance Cameron in the booth calling all the action tonight. Let's talk about the Graduate Series, JD Marine and Diving. Red Shores is pleased to host the Graduate Series in Summerside and Charlottetown. Eligible horses will compete in 2 legs during the series, and the top 8 money earners will advance to the Mayor's Final on August the 28th at Red Shore, Charlottetown. Thank you to Cam McPhee with JD Marine and Diving Incorporated for their continued support of the Prince Edward Island harness racing industry. And we'll slide the selections into the screen. There's a shot of the Atlantic Post calls. Paddock Cam for tonight's 11th race. I'm going to go with a 1-4-6. Backstretch beat with 1-5-8. Classifiers choices 1-4-6. We're all in agreement with the one in here. 6 minutes to post for race 11.
Tonight's 11th race on Post Parade. Number 1 is Princess Halo, owned by Garth Cole of Kensington. Junior Baglow from Freetown, trained by Garth Cole. Kenny Murphy drives. Rock the Baby, number 2, owned by Windermere Farms of Springvale, trained by Earl Watts, Paul Langell. Elm Grove Penny, number 3, owned and trained by Luke Burke of Donaldson, Ryan DeRoche driving. Thinking of Eddie, number 4, owned by Tyra Perry of Tignish and Brady Sweet of Springfield West. Brady is the trainer and driver. 5 is Timberly Lady, owned by Timberly Standard Breds of Alberton, trained and driven by Jacob Sweet. Roll With It, Darling, number 6, owned by Shirlene O'Brien of Campbellton, trained by Devin Wallace. Corey McPherson drives. Harlequin Romance is 7, owned by Barry Bigger of Summerside, trained by Jason Bigger, Brody McPhee. 8 is Rockin' Roll K's, owned by Albert Hickox of South Freetown, trained by Chris McKay, Miles Heffernan. 4 minutes to post time. The Atlantic Classic sale is set for Friday, October 10th at the Crapo Exhibition Grounds with an 11:30 a.m. start time.
And you can join us on October the 9th from 3 till 7 at the exhibition grounds for a yearling preview. Visit Atlantic-Classic.com for sale preview, online sale catalog, pedigree links, and sale results. Let's head out to the track for tonight's 11th race. Field of 8 in here. Exactor, 20-cent Superfecta, Triactor, Win Place, and Show Wagering. Landing on the rail sitter, Princess Halo. 5-year-old bay mare by Hilarious Halo for Garth Cole and Junior Baglow. Garth is the trainer. Kenny Murphy is in the bike. He's looking for win number 3 tonight. Last start at Charlottetown on Old Home Week, August the 11th. Left from 2 and finished 2. Race time 1:56 and 4. 29 seconds flat on the end of it. Brady Sweet was in the bike. August the 3rd here at Summerside, left from 4, wire-to-wire winner, 157 and 4, 28 and 4 on the end of it for Brady Sweet. 4 wins on the season, 157 and 1 record taken at Charlottetown earlier on in the season. Princess Halo on the rail with Mr. Murphy. Good odds, 6-1. And there's a look at the 4, Thinking of Eddie. 4-year-old bay mare by Peng Shui for Tyra Perry of Tignish and Brady Sweet of Springfield West. Brady is the trainer and the driver. Impressive win at Charlottetown on August the 16th. Left from post 2 was a wire-to-wire winner in 156 and 4, 29 and 1 on the end of it for Brady Sweet. 11 starts on the season, 7 times in the top 3, including that win on Gold Cup and Saucer Night. Thinking of Eddie from post 4 with Brady Sweet at 7-1. And there's a peek at the 6, Roll With It Darling, 4-year-old bay mare by Roll With It Harry for Shirlene O'Brien of Campbellton. Devin Wallace is the trainer. Corey McPherson will do the driving. Started August the 13th at Charlottetown from post 4, sat 2 and finished 2, just beat by quarter of a length. 156 flat, 29 seconds flat on the end of it. Mark Campbell, the Francis McIsaac Memorial top driver of the week of Old Home Week, he was in the bike. 6, Roll With It Darling with Corey McPherson, 6-1. Let's have a look at the odds board for tonight's 11th race with a field of 8. Princess Halo, Kenny Murphy, 5-1. Rock the Baby on your screen right now with Paul Angel at 10-1. Paul Angel's looking for a driving triple tonight. Elm Grove Penny is 3 with Ryan Durage. She's looking for a driving triple tonight. And they're at 4-5. Thinking of Eddie from post 4 with Brady Sweet at 7-2. Timberly Lady 5 and Jacob Sweet at 16-1. Roll With It Darling 6 and Corey McPherson at 7-2. Harlequin Romance is the 7 with Brody McPhee aboard tonight at 15-1. And Rock and Roll K's with Miles Heffernan Sr. at 9-1. That's a look at the field for tonight's 11th race. Good luck with your plays. Countdown clock is in for tonight's 11th race, a field of 8. They are lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's return to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Princess Halo, Rock the Baby. Elm Grove Penny, Thinking of Eddie. Timberly Lady, Rockin' that Roll With It Darling. Then Harlequin Romance and Rock and Roll K's outside. It's the 11th, and there's 8 of them right across the gate, and it's the 11th race post time. Way back, leaving here, Rock and Roll K's. Also off the gate was Harlequin Romance, and they go to the turn with Princess Halo to lead them out. Second is Rock the Baby, away third, Elm Grove Penny, fourth on the outside. That is Thinking of Eddie, and she'll get a spot. Then racing fifth is Timberly Lady, sixth. That's Roll With It Darling, followed them by Harlequin Romance and Rock and Roll K's. A full field of 8, and they got away in programmed order in here. On the front end, Princess Halo for Kenny Murphy. They were quarter pole leading in 28 and 3. Then a Rock the Baby, Elm Grove Penny, Thinking of Eddie, Kimberly Lady, Roll with a Darling, Harlequin Romance, Rock and Roll Cage, Sees Them All. And now we've got movement as they come towards the half mile, led by Princess Halo. Second, Rock the Baby on the move, first up. Third, Elm Grove Penny underway. That is Thinking of Eddie following the cover, second over. Fourth, up the rail, Kimberly Lady fifth. Third over now in sixth. As they move to the 5/8, that's a Roll with a Darling. Up the rail, Rock and Roll Cage, and between horses, the trailer, Harlequin Romance 59 and 2 over to the half mile. A big time breather in the second panel. Here comes the 3/4, and it's Elm Grove Penny now the leader. Princess Halo is second from the outside, Thinking of Eddie third. Rock the Baby fourth. Roll with it, Darling has fifth. Then in sixth, towards the rail, Kimberly Lady, the 3/4 in 1:29 and 2. And they're homeward bound. Elm Grove Penny leads them down the home stretch. Thinking of Eddie is second. Roll with it, Darling on the outside third. On the wire next, here is Elm Grove Penny. Ryan DeRoche will triple up. Second, that is Thinking of Eddie. Roll with it, Darling finishes third. Time for the mile in 1:58.3.
Here comes the slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's 11th race. Elm Grove Penny came first over as Princess Halo laid down the fractions, 28-3, 59 and 2, 129 and 2. And as I mentioned, Elm Grove Penny and Ryan DeRoche came first over, come to the half, and they battled, and they clear to the lead here. And they're going to win 158 and 3. Fourth win of the season, 18th career. Ryan DeRoche triples up tonight in the bike. Thinking of Eddie in there for second. Roll with a Darling third. It's 3-4-6 unofficially in the 11th race. We'll see Elm Grove Penny and Ryan DeRoche in the Woodmere Standard Bridge Winner's Circle next.
Elm Grove Penny on her way to the Woodmere Standard Bridge Winner's Circle by pacing mare. She's 7 by Stonebridge Terror off the Estrellos Dam. Amberley, owned and trained by Luke Burke of Donaldston, bred by Bob Gordon of Elmsdale. Ryan DeRoche enjoys a driving triple on this Tuesday night here in Summerside. Time for the mile in 1:58 and 3. Elm Grove Penny triples up Ryan DeRoche in the 11th. Here's the official results from race 11. Princess Halo 5th. Rock the Baby was 8th. Elm Grove Penny the race winner. Thinking of Eddie was 2nd. Timberly Lady 7th. Roll with It Darling 3rd. Harlequin Romance was 4th. Rock and Roll K's finished 6th. They went 28-3, 59-2. 129-2. And the mile in 158-3. In review, 581, 273, 46. Elm Grove Penny 480 to win. The Exactor 1040, Triactor 3180, Superfecta 2934.
Free Wi-Fi is available at Red Shores for our guests, and you can sign up for betting free at hpibet.com. Wager $100 in the first 30 days and receive a deposit for $100. Just click on the Red Shores guest when searching for Wi-Fi in your settings page. Just another way to enjoy your guest experience at Red Shores with free Wi-Fi and using your smartphone to place your bet at hpibet.com. And we'll slide the selections into the screen for the upcoming 12th race. It's our feature here on a Tuesday night. There's a shot of the Atlantic Post Calls paddock cam. I'm going to go with a 1-4-2 in here. Backstretch speed at 4.56. Classifier's choices 4.53 in the feature 12th in 6 minutes.
Featured 12th race on parade. Red Lab Miss Pretty 1, owned by Brian McGregor, Rebecca Blaisdell, and Howard Anderson, trained by Kyle Williams. Paul Langell drives. 3 is Sobble Attack, owned by Paul Bigger of Tyne Valley, Don Callback of Summerside, trained by Paul Bigger, Kenny Murphy. Starship Glide the 3, owned by Windermere Farms of Springvale, trained by Earl Watts, Ryan DeRoche. Hamac Charmer the 4, owned by Doug Williams of Guelph, Ontario, trained by Kyle Williams. Corey McPherson drives. Five is Brookdale Johnny, owned by Douglas and Doug Pauley of Amherst, Nova Scotia, trained by Phil Sizer. driven tonight by Brady Sweet. 6 is Rose Run X-Con, owned by JD Racing Incorporated of Cornwall, trained by Nick Oakes. Norris Rogers. 3 minutes. 2 post time, and Rocky, you and I are coming up with our selections in race number 12, and I may be all over the map in here. I got to look at your choices, and we thank Results Marketing and Advertising. And I know you went with Red Lamb Miss Pretty, who went the trip of a lifetime, her last time around in 53-3. I may be missing out. I didn't put her on the ticket. I used the 4. I went to her stablemate, Hallmark Charmer. I went to 5, Brookdale Johnny, with the Brady Sweet catch drive, using the 2, Attack, and then the 6, Rose Run X-Con. It's 4-5-2-6 from the booth. Rocky, your choices.
I just had a hunch with her leaving on the rail, and as you mentioned, that big trip in her last one, and she's got the inside post, and she can leave 100. But I left Brookdale Johnny, and I just looked at that, and I said, when I post-prayed, I was like, why did I leave him out? But, you know, you're sitting there on the couch and you're looking at your phone trying to do these picks, and I left him out. But anyway, I got the 1 on the top. For second, the 4, Hallmark Charmer, and then I put the 2, Sobble Attack, in there because I left him out one other week, and he goes a big trip every week, and I got to put him in there. So I got 1, 4, 2 here in the 12th. Good luck with your selections. Let's have a look at the odds board for the 12th race. Feature on a Tuesday night here at Redshore Summerside. Redland Miss Pretty and Paul Angel at 5-1. Sobble Attack, the 2, and Kenny Murphy, your current choice, at 6-5. Starship Glide is 3 with Ryan DeRoche at 9-1. Hallmark Charmer 4 with Corey McPherson at 8-5. Brookdale Johnny 5 with Brady Sweet at 7-2. And rounding out the field is Rose Run X-Con with Norris Rogers at 6-1. That's a look at the field for tonight's 12th race feature. Good luck with your selections. Countdown clock is in for tonight's 12th race feature here at Red Shore Summerside. Field of 6. They're lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's return to Vance Cameron.
Feature 12 lines up. Redland Miss Pretty, Sobble Attack, Starship Glide, Hamac Charmer, Brookdale Johnny, Rose Run Ex-Con, top of the stretch. Now approaching a start. Off and pacing. There goes the stablemates. Redland Miss Pretty and Hamac Charmer. Third one between horses. That's Sobble Attack. And they're going to race in here. Back to fourth is Starship Glide. Then Brookdale Johnny in the trailer. A Rose Run Ex-Con. Redland Miss Pretty will lead it, and she demands the lead here for Fall Angel. Sobble Attack goes second. Racing from third, and that's Plan B. Hamac Charmer, but he's on the outside, and he's moving now. Opening quarter was up. Boom! Just like that, 27-3, and the stablemates are to it and at it and to it on the front end. Hamac Charmer drives up from the outside. Redland Miss Pretty has the rail right with them and watching the stablemate battle. That's Sobble Attack up into fourth. Brookdale Johnny's underway. Fifth is Starship Glide, and on the outside, six, Rose Run Ex-Con. Check the half mile out in 55-4. Hamac Charmer made the lead. Redland Miss Pretty, here comes a fresh Brookdale Johnny now on the outside. Sobble Attack takes out from fourth. Rose Run Ex-Con fifth. Trailing the field, Starship Glide, new leader by 3/4. Brookdale Johnny takes over late. 1:25-3, the 3/4 time. Eighth of a mile left to go. Johnny and Brady strike the lead, and they're homeward bound. Hamac Charmer second. Redland Miss Pretty, Sobble Attack on the wire, and this is Brookdale Johnny in line to Brady's race. Sobble Attack rallied second. Third, it looked like Hamac Charmer. Time for the mile tonight. 1:54.3.
Here comes a slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's 12th race. Brookdale Johnny gets the job done tonight, 1:54.3. There was some battling between the stablemates, 27-3, 55-4. Hamac Charmer took over at the half, going to 3/4 in 1:25.3. Brookdale Johnny came first over at the half, and he's going to clear the lead to 3/4 en route to a win here tonight. In 1:54.3, his 6th win of the season, 18th career. Brady Sweet in the bike supplied the winning drive. Sobble Attack in there for second, and on the line for third, that is the 4. Hamac Charmer. So we have 5-2-4 unofficially in the 12th race feature. We're going to see Brookdale Johnny and Brady Sweet in the Woodmere Standard Bridge winner's circle in a moment.
Well, Rocky, I watched this horse warm up tonight, and it looked like he wanted to kick Mr. Polly right out of the jog cart. He was very sharp. He's been a real nice racehorse here in Summerside the past couple of seasons, and tonight he shows you why. Brookdale Johnny into the 12th race winner's circle, Bay Pacing Gelding 5 by Rockin' in Heaven. Off the Shadow Play Dam, Brookdale Gia, a homebred of Douglas and Doug Polly of Amherst, Nova Scotia. Phil Sizer has that training double. trouble. Brady Sweet got a catch driving call right to the winner's circle tonight. Time for the mile in 1:54 and 3. Brookdale Johnny in the Tuesday night feature at Summerside. Now the official results from the 12th race: Red Lamb is Pretty fourth, Sobble Attack second, Starship Glide fifth, Hamac Charmer was third, Brookdale Johnny was the race winner, Rose Run XCOM was sixth. They went 27 and 3, 55 and 4, 125 and 3, and the mile in 154 and 3. In review, it's 425 316. Brookdale Johnny, $4.60. Exactor, $12. Triactor, $50.80. And the Super Factor was $8.66.
Welcome back to Red Shores in Summerside Race Day Live. I'm Rocky Skierman, Vance Cameron in the booth calling all the action tonight. 12 races in the books. There's just one left here, folks. It was a great card of harness racing here tonight at Red Shores Summerside. Let's talk about the early and late Super High Five. Red Shores Racing features an early and late Super High Five as part of the 2025 wagering menu. The Super High Five is offered in race 5 and the last race of the program with the low 15% takeout. Customers can play the Super High Five at both Red Shores, Summerside, and Charlottetown. And we'll have a look at the Atlantic Post Calls paddock cam and get our selections onto the screen for the finale. With 8 minutes to post, I'm going to go a 3-5-1 in here. Backstretch speed going 5, 3, and 7. And the classifier's choices 3, 5, and 4 in the finale in 8 minutes.
13th race set for the post parade. Freeman's Legacy 1 is owned by Mackenzie Arsenault of Alberton, trained and driven by Jacob Sweet. Western Delight 2 is owned by Colin Murphy of Albany and Luke Burke from Donaldson. Luke does the training, driven by Ryan DeRoche. Rock'em Sock'em Scott, number 3, owned by Gerard Kennedy from Marion Bridge, Nova Scotia, trained by Ronnie Matheson. Tonight, Corey McPherson. Doc Awesome 4, owned by Darla McCachran, Alan Goody, and Mike Cameron of Summerside. Darla does the training. Brody McPhee drives. 5-Man Terrio, owned by Jennifer Ritchie of Kingston, New Brunswick, trained and driven by David Dowling. 6 Majestic Mason, owned by Stephen Downey from Quispamsis, New Brunswick, trained by Rick Armstrong. Brady Sweet drives. First Glance, number 7, owned by Luke Beck of Charlottetown. What are the odds? Stable of Orwell, trained by Devin Wallace. Paul Langela. Number 8 is Woodmere Ideal Art, owned by the Ultimate Stable at Greater Lakeburn, New Brunswick, trained by Zifloy Melanson. Kenny Murphy drives. 3 minutes to post time. Our next card of live racing comes up on Thursday night at Red Shores, Charlottetown. Post time 6 o'clock. Rocky has his Super High 5 ticket to wrap up a Tuesday night in Summerside. Rocky, you're mighty close in the first Super High 5. It's been a real treat of a night to be with you here on Tuesday. Looking forward to a stakes-filled Sunday card this weekend.
Yeah, it's going to be a great Sunday here in Summerside. We don't usually go Sundays anymore, but we got the odd Sunday in there. And there's a look at our Super High 5 ticket here for the finale. I'm going with a 3-5-1-2-4. Vance Cameron going with a 5-3-1-4-6 as I write this down here. And yeah, I was close on that last Super High 5, Vance. I thought I might have got it there, but not quite. And you actually had the box of that Super High 5. You boxed up your numbers, you would have had it. So anyway, get in on the Super High 5 here in the finale. Let's have a look at the odds board for the finale. Field of 8 in here with Freeman's Legacy, Jacob Sweet at 1-9. Your current choice on the board. The 2, Western Delight with Ryan DeRoche at 39-1. 4 is Rock'em Sock'em Scott and Corey McPherson at 3-1. Doc Awesome is post 4 with Brody McPhee at 25-1. The 5-Man Terrio and David Dowling at 22-1. 6 is Majestic Mason with Brady Sweet at 64-1 on your screen right now. 7 First Glance with Paul Angel at 35-1. And Woodmere Ideal Art leaves 8 in the outside with Kenny Murphy aboard at 46-1. That's a look at the field for the Tuesday night finale here at Red Shores in Summerside. Good luck with your selections. Countdown clock is in for tonight's 13th race finale. Another good-looking field of horses. Field of 8 lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Advanced right after Old Home Week. This was a great card of racing. Up to you for the call.
Absolutely one of those perfect evenings, even if it is a little on the chilly side, Rock, to close it out. With Freeman's Legacy, Western Delight, Rock'em Sock'em Scott, Doc Awesome, Manterio, Majestic Mason, First Glance, and Woodmere Ideal Art. It's the Super High Five. It's the finale. It's post time. Up and pacing and a host of levers. Rock'em Sock'em Scott, Freeman's Legacy along the rail. Western Delight third, to get away fourth. Doc Awesome, Manterio will go fifth. Then Majestic Mason is sixth, followed by First Glance. And the trailer, Woodmere Ideal Art along the backstretch. And here's Rock'em Sock'em Scott to clear the lead for Corey McPherson. Two-hole ride now goes to Freeman's Legacy, racing from third. Western Delight, fourth up the rail is Doc Awesome. Manterio has fifth. They open it up here. 27, 30, boom! Just like that. They're on their way towards the half mile. Rock'em Sock'em Scott, off a trip of a lifetime his last time around, has a 3-race win streak tonight on the line in Summerside. He's halfway home. Up from the outside, Doc Awesome comes first up. In the pocket, third, Freeman's Legacy, second over fourth. That is Manterio. Then up the rail is Western Delight, followed by Majestic Mason. And then the trailer, Woodmere Ideal Art, 56 and 4 for half a mile. Rock'em Sock'em Scott leads to 3/4, challenged by Doc Awesome. In the pocket is Freeman's Legacy. Manterio is second over fourth. On the cones, nowhere to go. Western Delight, First Glance is sixth with Majestic Mason and a Woodmere Ideal Art. Paired up, 4 in, 4 out, 1:26 and 1, 3/4 time. Wow, they're in a bunch and they're homeward bound in here. Doc Awesome takes over late. Here's Manterio on the far outside, and he's gonna double up Dowling. Manterio. Then it's Freeman's Legacy. Looked like First Glance closed in third. Manterio closes it out. Time for the mile, 1:55.30.
Here comes a slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for tonight's 13th race finale. Rock'em Sock'em Scott gets to the front, 27 and 3, 56 and 4. 126 and 1, and here is the stretch drive. Manterio got a perfect trip into this one, followed Doc Awesome, who came first over through those torrid fractions, and Manterio, he knows how to get her done. 41st lifetime win, 4th of the season here tonight. 155 and 3. David Dowling doubles up with Freeman's Legacy second. In for third, looked like the 7 First Glance, and we're going to see Manterio and David Dowling. They're going to the Woodmere Standardbreds Winner's Circle next.
There's Ontario going to the Woodmere Standardbreds Winners Circle in the 13th. Bay Pigs and Gelding, he's 9 by Sports Rider. Off the Rock and Roll Hanover Dam, Rock and Roll Wishes. Owned by Jennifer Ritchie from Kingston, New Brunswick. Bred by Winback Farm. David Dowling trains and drive. David's second driving victory for the double. The mile 155 and 3. Ontario for the Dowling double in the Super High 5. Now, the official results in the 13th, Freeman's Legacy was second, Western Delight 4th, Rock'em Sock'em Scott was 8th, Doc Awesome 5th, Ontario the race winner, Majestic Mason was 6th, First Glance finished 3rd, Woodmere Ideal Art was 7th. They went 27 and 3, 56 and 4, 126 and 1, and the mile in 155 and 3. From the top, your program reads 248-516-37. Ontario paid 620. The exactor was 1410. The triactor 190.10. The late daily double returning 1620. And the Super High 5 yet to be posted. That will conclude our live presentation tonight here in Summerside. It's all stakes all the time on Sunday afternoon when we live race here in Summerside at 1 o'clock post. Tonight's par mutual handle went $71,198. Ladies and gentlemen, from up top of the Summerside Raceway, thanking you for joining us. This is Vance Cameron, bidding you a safe journey home.